Chapter 1459. The earth corpse died, the heaven-swallowing beast also died, both dying in front of the body tree. There were even other cultivators' corpses that fell at Yi Fan's feet. This result made everyone feel as if they had fallen into an icehouse. The entire battlefield was deathly silent. Now, those who were still alive were all in despair. How were they supposed to fight? They weren't his opponent at all. What was even worse was that they couldn't escape even if they wanted to. Everyone could see Yi Fan's unmatched state, standing in the forbidden domain. There were truly no opponents here. How could he be so fast? He advanced to this domain so early. Who would be able to contend against him in the future? Everyone was in despair. Could it be that he really will become an emperor in the future? Someone said with a trembling voice. Throughout the past and present, those who entered this domain rarely shed blood or died. Most of them would leave their names in the annals of history and have great accomplishments that shook the world. The best among them would inevitably become emperors. Everyone immediately became horrified. A divine body becoming an emperor was a grand event that had never been seen before. The more difficult it was, the more supreme and divine the Tao result would be. How powerful would it be? Not necessarily. Despite this being the case, most of the people in history were stopped outside that threshold, unable to rule over the entire cosmos. A few people forcefully calmed themselves down, but no one knew what they were thinking inside. Ancient emperors represented breathtaking and unrivaled. Just the mention of this title would make one tremble. Even after hundreds of thousands of years had passed, there were still their undying legends in this world. This was especially the case for their glorious battle accomplishments before they became emperors. They were simply heaven-defying, sweeping through their peers as easily as crushing dry weed. Why was it like this? It was precisely because they were standing in the forbidden domain. Even though later generations grasped emperor scriptures and possessed the ultimate forbidden techniques, in the end, those weren't their own Tao and couldn't perfectly harmonize with their bodies. There was always a gap between them and the Creator, and they couldn't resist the forbidden characters. Goddess Shenlan's face was pale. Even though she was at the edge of the battlefield and hadn't taken action, she still felt a suffocating feeling. She had arrogantly asked Yi Fan to join the god race, but now, it seemed a bit laughable. The nine-eyed jade toad, great demonic god, heavenly wolf, Di Tian, and the others were all silent. They stood in the distance, and some of them almost took action. Right now, they didn't know what to feel. Even though standing in the forbidden region is frightening, possessing the power to fight through all regions, most people will still fail, finding it difficult to cross that threshold. Moreover, since ancient times, no one had ever achieved the divine physique. This was the greatest comfort in many people's hearts. No one hoped that Yi Fan would reach that realm. Otherwise, just thinking about it would make people shiver. Even further away, Great Gentleman Golden Snake transformed into human form. His head of golden hair stood on end, and the corners of his eyes cracked. Traces of blood could be seen. Previously, he had disregarded everything and almost fused with the formation diagram to kill his way towards the body tree. However, he hesitated and chose to leave the battlefield. However, it was difficult to do so because his opponent was Ji Haoyue. There were many traces of blood at the corners of Ji Haoyue's lips, but his fighting spirit became more and more exuberant. He used all of his strength to activate the ancient mirror, allowing it to revive and fight against Great Gentleman Golden Snake. Their confrontation took place far away from the body tree. That was a forbidden region, and no one else dared to approach. Otherwise, they would immediately be torn to pieces. The two weapons were too powerful, and there were strands of quasi-emperor's might. No one could resist them. However, Ji Haoyue's cultivation realm was finally lower by a level. His body was heavily injured, and the situation was not looking good. Moreover, Great Gentleman Golden Snake was risking his life regardless of the price. He was falling back. Meanwhile, at this time, Great Gentleman Golden Snake had already seen the Emperor's fist's divine might. He couldn't help but roar towards the sky. He wanted to go mad with hatred. The enemy's aura was too powerful. Even if he killed his way over, would he be able to kill the human race's divine physique? He might just die. The heaven and earth trembled, and the primal chaos became hazy. An indistinct figure walked over. His figure was well built, and his black hair was thick. Two sharp eyes penetrated through the mist as he stared at Great Gentleman Golden Snake. Yifan arrived with the all-life source cauldron above his head. The mouth of the cauldron poured down primal chaos and source energy like a waterfall, protecting him within as he pressed forward step by step. He possessed great offensive power. The Heavenly Emperor's fist shattered everything in its path. 10,000 creatures retreated, and no one could face it head-on. And now, he had this kind of weapon for defense. One for offense and one for defense, unparalleled in the same realm. Moreover, this cauldron's offensive side had yet to appear. Ah! Great Gentleman Golden Snake roared towards the sky. There was great hatred in his heart. Today, he was actually forced to this step. His brother died in battle, and now, he was also in danger. Even though he had an ancestral artifact in his hands, he was well aware that Yifan definitely had a powerful trump card as well. Otherwise, Second Gentleman Golden Snake would not have died so mysteriously that day. Kill! He roared loudly and activated the flying serpent diagram, shaking Ji Haoyue until he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. His body flew outwards, but he still couldn't escape. It was because in a battle of this level, the person was not the most important. The ancient artifact was the most fundamental. Regardless of whether it was the precious mirror or his flying serpent diagram, they were both extremely powerful and great. They were the ancestral treasures of a race. Hong! This area of the heavens shattered. The precious mirror flowed with brilliance, and many wisps of silk scattered down. A hazy sphere of light wrapped around Ji Haoyue, sending him flying several tens of thousands of zhong out. His entire body was covered in blood, and many of his bones were broken. Great Gentleman Golden Snake was also in discomfort. His chest caved in, and even his heart was almost crushed by the mirror radiance. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood, and the shattered bones in his body almost fell off. Let me. Yifan arrived and stopped Ji Haoyue. He walked up alone to face the flying serpent race's young supreme expert. Ji Haoyue coughed out a mouthful of blood and withdrew from the battlefield. He held the mirror and watched the battle. Human race holy body, you killed 3 of my brothers. This hatred is higher than the heavens and deeper than the sea. 100 deaths cannot atone for it. Great Gentleman Golden Snake clenched his teeth. This hatred was too great. He truly wanted to skin the person in front of him alive, but he knew that it was difficult to accomplish. However, now that he was blocked by 2 great experts, he could only fight a bloody battle. Then go reunite with your brothers, Yifan said coldly. He didn't want to say too much. Imposing, unyielding, the embodiment of justice, these were all unnecessary. In reality, the other party was going too far. Back then, they took the initiative to provoke him and wanted to kill him, but in the end, they were all killed by him. Great Gentleman Golden Snake's eyes were cold. The formation diagram above his head danced about, turning into a sphere of immortal light as it flew towards Yifan. He shouted, "Let me see just what kind of ancestral artifact you have." Right now, he couldn't escape, so he could only fight a bloody battle. He had no choice but to stake it all. He used all of his strength to revive the flying serpent diagram and smashed it towards Yifan's skull. Wunglong. The cauldron above Yifan's head rumbled, and the source energy that descended became even more abundant. It covered heaven and earth, making him impervious to all methods. Moreover, at this time, an expanse of green light appeared within the cauldron. It was sparkling and translucent like jade, blocking the tremendous pressure above. What is that? Great Gentleman Golden Snake opened his heavenly eye and did his best to observe. He wanted to understand what was going on. For so many years, Yifan's secret artifact had always puzzled him. Within the expanse of green multicolored light, the flying serpent diagram wailed. It unexpectedly rushed upwards and directly entered the clouds before disappearing in an instant. This scene couldn't help but shock Great Gentleman Golden Snake, as well as the nine-eyed jade toad, Di Tian, Shenlan, the great demonic god, and the heavenly wolf. What exactly was this thing? Its power was too great. Yifan's divine might was awe-inspiring as he strode forward. His body became indistinct and was curled up by mist. The cauldron above his head bobbed up and down, and the green light within the cauldron's mouth didn't subside for a long time. Great Gentleman Golden Snake was in despair. The flying serpent diagram had been frightened away and fled into the depths of the cosmos. How could he still fight? However, Yi Fan didn't sacrifice the cauldron. His true body attacked forward, wanting to use his most powerful secret technique to kill the enemy. In a short moment, the green light dissipated, and the place regained its tranquility. You want to fight with my true body? That's fine, I couldn't ask for more. Great Gentleman Golden Snake saw a glimmer of hope. His expression became gloomy, and the bones of his entire body crackled as he used his divine technique to rush forward. Pang! Yi Fan's fist moved in all directions, and a golden energy surged forward violently. Great Gentleman Golden Snake's body shook violently as he staggered backwards. His entire body was covered in bloody scars, and there was blood dripping down. This battle accomplishment of Great Gentleman Golden Snake was enough to be proud of. He forcefully fought against Yi Fan, who was in the forbidden domain, and his body wasn't destroyed. How powerful was this? How many people could contend against Yi Fan's physique? However, it was a bit lamentable now. The two exchanged blows in an intense battle. Great Gentleman Golden Snake transformed into his human form. His golden hair danced in the wind like a burning flame. His expression was sinister, and his killing intent was boiling. This battle had gone on for more than 90 exchanges, surpassing everyone before him. It was as if a dragon and tiger were contending for supremacy. However, everyone knew that Great Gentleman Golden Snake couldn't hold on any longer. His entire body was covered in blood, and his bones were fractured everywhere. He had suffered extremely terrifying injuries. They couldn't tell what was going on right now, but his body was definitely ruined. His internal bones and tendons could collapse at any time. Ah! Great Gentleman Golden Snake howled in rage. His body finally couldn't endure it any longer and started to crack. But at this moment, his forehead shone with brilliant light as a palm-sized golden snake flew out, radiating undying divine might as it lunged towards Yi Fan's immortal foundation. Winged Serpent Soul Transformation. This type of cultivation art was extremely demonic and bizarre. It was a transformation of the primordial spirit, allowing the soul to be reborn and undergo a sublimation, strengthening one's divine sense. This palm-sized winged serpent had a small golden bell in its mouth. It arrived before Qin Wentian in the blink of an eye. It was like the sound of a death knell. The bell waves expanded outwards, shattering everything. It was extremely terrifying and forced its way towards the source qi of all things. But in the end, it couldn't penetrate through. A cold smile appeared on Yi Fan's face. He kept the cauldron back into his immortal foundation and allowed the small snake to rush over. His forehead shone with brilliant light as a fist-sized golden person stepped out. He didn't hug the cauldron, nor did he wield a weapon. He only used a single fist. The golden person was Yi Fan's primordial spirit. What he unleashed was still the Sky Emperor fist. It was resplendent, shaking the entire graveyard of deities and devils, causing the primordial spirits of everyone to become unstable and on the verge of collapse. Dang! The death knell rang out. It was unknown who it was ringing for. Yi Fan was unharmed, but the golden snake broke apart inch by inch. After that, the small golden bell also suddenly exploded. With a light sound, Great Gentleman Golden Snake's body also disintegrated. Blood splattered in all directions as he transformed into a mist of blood. His body and spirit were both destroyed. The 4 young supreme experts of the winged serpent bloodline walked on the ancient path, slaughtering everything in their path. They were invincible and their hands were stained with blood. Yet in the end, they all died in battle, all of them killed by Yi Fan's subordinates. Silence filled the surroundings. Who could resist? And now, with the existence of the human race's saint physique, who would dare to claim supremacy? At the very least, this star region was no more. The Green Phoenix Daoist's prophecy before his death came true. Many experts and heavenly geniuses of various races died, and they all died under the hands of a single person. Their blood dyed the other shore red. These people were known to be the most powerful on an ancient path, the young supreme experts of a region. However, when they arrived in a vaster star region, only sorrow remained. In reality, it had always been like this since ancient times. This kind of tragedy had always been repeated. Every great era was built from the piling up of the corpses of human heroes. It was a glorious era, but when one looked back, it was actually a sea of blood and a mountain of bones. The curtains have been drawn. Tien and the others turned around and left. They were at the edge of the battlefield. Although they hadn't taken action yet, it was still possible that they would be punished. Yi Fan brandished his fists, striking out in all directions. Streak after streak of golden light shattered the sky, destroying all living things, and slaughtering all the remaining enemies. The white-haired celestial wolf's back was almost pierced through. White bones could be seen, and blood splattered everywhere. The nine-eyed jade toad was sent flying, its entire body covered in blood. The bodies of Tien, the great demonic god, and Shenlan were also violently trembling. In the end, only the 5 of them were able to leave. The remaining people were all blasted apart by a single punch, turning into a bloody mist. This was a great massacre. Yi Fan had completely slaughtered the heroes of various races. There was only one supreme expert. The mountains and valleys were all rumbling. At this point, there was no need to say anything more. Yi Fan's performance was enough to explain everything. He had fought until no one dared to claim supremacy in this world. At the very least, no one in this star region who was fighting for supremacy on the Emperor's path dared to stand out. Chapter 1460. The body tree swayed and made rustling sounds. They had already changed locations, and everyone was sitting cross-legged under the precious tree. Pang Bo, Longma, Ji Haoyue and the others were concentrating on healing their injuries. Yi Fan was also motionless as he stood under the tree. He was experiencing everything that had just happened, consolidating his own Dao fruit. The roots of the body tree were like dragons, deeply rooted into the ground. The leaves on the tree were shaking like the ringing of a great bell. Yi Fan, Ji Ziyue, the little guy and the others were at peace. Those who comprehended the Dao were comprehending the Dao, and those who healed their injuries were healing. Their essence, energy, and spirit became one as they approached nature. No one knew how much time had passed, but the body tree was like a scripture that was flipping pages. Chanting sounds rang out, and bizarre scenes appeared one after another, making everyone indescribably amazed. Upon closer inspection, one could feel that this started from the modern era, and gradually progressed to the ancient era. Several figures appeared one after another, and their temperaments were all different. Ji Haoyue, Longma, Ji Jinpeng and the others all woke up one after another, and stared blankly at everything. Could it be Shakyamuni? Pang Bo cried out in alarm. The first person that appeared was very similar to the Buddha statues worshipped in the temples on earth. This made everyone feel bewildered. Was this an imprint left behind by a supreme being in the past? Was there something special about it, or was there some indescribable danger? The shadow flashed again, and another indistinct Buddha statue appeared. It was ancient and full of vicissitudes, as if it was a period of time, but also like a period of history that flowed from the past. This is Amitabha Buddha. Ji Ziyue and her brother's expressions changed at the same time. The second person that appeared was similar to the Buddha statue worshipped in the Western Desert's Great Thunderclap Temple, and they were both indistinct. 2 Buddhas appeared one after the other, and everyone's hearts felt a sense of enlightenment. They used a special method to comprehend the truth, and reached a transcendent realm. Yi Fan was the first to wake up. He looked at everyone's expressions, and discovered that they were not confused. It was just a state of mind recorded by the Tao Understanding Tree, and only then did he relax. It was related to Buddha, but there was no need to reject it. There were tens of thousands of laws in the world, and one could see them all, but they did not necessarily have to walk the same path. A type of atmosphere was born, as if the 2 Buddhas were discussing the Tao. They were magnanimous, benevolent, and compassionate, distinguishing between good and evil, and comprehending the meaning of the truth. The others also woke up. They silently experienced it and verified it, comprehending their own laws and Tao. With a rumbling sound, the 2 Buddhas suddenly shone with radiance. The great sage paced around the body tree one after the other. North, south, east, west, a total of 49 steps. The strange flowers followed him and emitted a strange radiance. The body tree is extraordinary. It has recorded a great realm of the Buddhist path. It is supreme, and it might be a great fortune for Buddhist disciples. Ji Haoyue sighed softly. Suddenly, the leaves on the tree swayed, and another image appeared. This was an elder with white hair and a full forehead. His eyes were wise and farsighted, and one could tell with a single glance that he was an ancient person with great wisdom. He had a quiet and indifferent temperament. Of course, an even more ancient aura rushed over, as if it had penetrated through the entire history of the human race, extremely distant. Why do I feel like this is a scene from the end of the world? Perhaps this is a character from the mythological era. After all, the body tree once belonged to different celestial being and the great emperor. Pang Bo and Longma discussed. This person was definitely extremely ancient and had accumulated over the years. If he was from ancient times, he would have appeared here. In truth, this was also the case. From Shakyamuni to Amitabha, and then to this person, this was a process that went against the river of time. Why does he look familiar? Ji Ziyue said in a daze. Ji Haoyue's body shook when he heard this, as if he recalled something. He revealed a look of disbelief as he looked at his sister. Brother Haoyue, did you notice anything? Pang Bo asked. At the side, Ji Ziyue was also shocked. Her beautiful eyes shot out a shocking light. It's him, he came to our Ji family before. My ancestral uncles have seen him before. What? You have seen this person before? He went to your Ji family? Even Yi Fan was shocked. Ji Ziyue nodded, her eyes bright and teeth white. Surprise was written all over her face. That's right, 2,000 years ago, an elder riding an ox visited my family. Some of the elders in the family saw him and drew his portrait in the library. My brother and I saw it by chance. Back then, this wise ancient person had crossed the starry sky and descended upon the Big Dipper. He had once visited the Ji family. In the past, Yi Fan had heard the siblings talk about it. How is that possible? An ancient person from the mythological era, didn't die. Pang Bo felt that his mind was in a mess. This was just too shocking. Yi Fan was stunned. He thought of some legends from the other side of the starry sky and fell into a daze. Thinking about it, he might be able to explain some problems. Legend had it that Madame Li was washing clothes by the river at the entrance of the village. She picked up a yellow plum and gave birth to a son. When he was born, he had white hair and white eyebrows. He also had a fluffy white beard, which was why he was named Lousy. To the people of the future, this was obviously too ridiculous and was treated as nonsense. They found it unbelievable, but now it seemed like there was more to it than meets the eye. Can such things be believed? It was just made up to deify the ancient people. Ji Haoyue frowned. No, this is a legend from our hometown. Yi Zi, did you think of something? Pang Bo asked. Yi Fan nodded and shared some speculations. According to historical records, Laozi was born in Ku County of Chu, which is now Louis County. During the spring and autumn period 2,500 years ago, there were many mountain torrents in Chu. The mountain torrents in Chu were very serious. Mountains collapsed and the ground caved in. Bone books, stone tablets, and even skeletons could be seen. How can a person be born like an old man with white hair and beard? Yi Fan guessed that Laozi was an ancient venerable with a reincarnation seal in his body. After the mountain torrents, he was washed out from the belly of the mountain. When the water slowed down and he drifted down, Madame Li found him and fished him up. Obviously, he had a great background. He was the celestial being from the mythological era and had a reincarnation seal in his body. His primordial spirit had died, but his body was still immortal and had developed spiritual intelligence. He was Laozi in this generation. Pang Bo was dumbfounded and then sighed. Yi Zi, this is only on this side of the starry sky. If you said this on Earth, you would be cursed to death. I think it's possible. Longma didn't care about anything else. He believed that the so-called Laozi was a celestial being from the mythological era who had seen the light of day again after the mountain torrents. They were comprehending the Tao under the emerald body tree, discussing the laws and trying to figure out the orthodoxy of the ancients. For a moment, they were filled with emotions. Yi Fan. Suddenly, a loud shout came from outside. The roar shook the sky like the roar of a deity, causing one's blood to surge. The 10 saints, Jiyu Jinpeng, and the others were all astonished. Who was this powerful? He could actually transmit his voice through the densely packed formation. Yi Fan, Pang Bo, Ji Ziyue, and the others were stunned when they heard the roar. Then, they revealed astonished expressions and were overjoyed. This was too unexpected. This was an old friend. Is it him? That's right, it's Brother Monkey. They had never thought that they would hear the sacred prince's voice. They quickly disintegrated the formation runes and walked out of the great formation, just in time to see a divine ape with a thunderous mouth and golden eyes. Its entire body was resplendent with golden light. No wonder it's so powerful. It's actually the legendary battle Saint Ape. The Black Bear Saint and the others were alarmed. They had seen the most terrifying bloodline. Brother Monkey. Pang Bo laughed. Yi Fan, Ji Haoyue, and the others all went up to greet him. This was too unexpected. The sacred prince had also appeared on the other side. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Do you see this? This monkey is my little brother. Back then, we killed the sacred prince together. Longma boasted shamelessly to the Golden Lion Saint and the Green Luan. The group rolled their eyes and looked at him in disdain. The sacred prince was even more elegant than before. His eyes were fiery and his hair was brilliant. His essence, energy, and spirit were burning like flames. Wang. He immediately gave Yi Fan a fierce and domineering palm. The entire graveyard of deities and demons began to tremble. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Everyone's expressions changed. This palm was too ferocious. How could ordinary people withstand it? Blood energy surged like a sea. When Yi Fan saw this, he calmly brandished his fist. The two collided, creating a rumbling sound. It was terrifying beyond compare. Not bad, the rumors were true after all. You killed all the supreme experts of this starry sky alone. The sacred prince laughed heartily. He stopped his attacks and met everyone. It turned out that as soon as he descended on this ancient star, he heard about Yi Fan's massacre and the massacre of the graveyard of deities and demons. He rushed over immediately in fear that something unexpected would happen to them. Juju. The little guy walked up and squeezed into the crowd. He rubbed his head against the sacred prince's large hand. This is the divine egg of the lightning phoenix from back then? The monkey was also shocked. Everyone felt as if this was a bit unreal. They naturally had to celebrate a bit as they walked out of the divine demon ridge together. After so many years, many great sage knocked on their doors and the divine elder attacked with the killing diagram. They had long opened up a safe path to enter and exit this dangerous land. Brother Monkey, why did you come? Pang Bo asked. I wandered through the starry sky for a few decades. I always heard a few rumors about emperor coffins and ancient life trees. I followed them all the way and crossed many ancient realms before finally arriving here, said the sacred prince. That year, the sacred prince entered his father's burial ground under the victorious fighting Buddha's guidance, which was also the sacred ape bloodline's ancestral mountain. From there, he found the starry sky realm gate and directly returned to their ancestral planet. Brother Monkey, has that bastard Duanda woken up yet? Be careful and don't let him discover the old sacred emperor's coffin, Longma said with a mischievous smile. Go. The sacred prince returned to the ancestral planet and discovered that it was desolate without a single clansman. This bloodline didn't have many people in the ancestral planet at its peak, and now, it was even more extinct. He found the realm gate there and wandered through various ancient realms. He kept on roaming and sharpening himself, killing his way through an unrivaled path. Right, are you really Brother Monkey? Don't tell me you're that six-eared macaque. As they walked, Pang Bo suddenly asked. Everyone was shocked, but they soon felt relieved. The monkey had told them many secrets of Big Dipper, and that six-eared macaque definitely didn't know about it. You said that there's a divine ape similar to me? The sacred prince's eyes widened. This monkey is not simple. We must be careful, Ifan said. I've encountered everything in the starry sky all these years. I'm not afraid of him, the monkey said, and recounted many of his experiences. In particular, he mentioned that he once encountered a strange green ox that insisted on becoming sworn brothers with him. The ox was called Angel Ox. That ox of mine. Yifan was shocked. He had seen Angel Ox's mark in the Ziwei ancient star region. How did you know? The sacred prince was surprised. Where did they go? Did you see me? Pang Bo asked. He had just seen Lao's previous incarnation under the body tree, and he had also heard about Angel Ox's whereabouts from the monkey. Angel Ox invited me to go with him. He said he wanted to go to an extremely important ancient land, but I refused, the sacred prince replied. Why did you refuse? Everyone was both regretful and excited because they knew that Lao's identity was too extraordinary. The ancient land he was looking for was definitely not ordinary. It's someone else's mount. If I go with it, wouldn't I be looking for trouble? I'll be restricted by someone else. The sacred prince rolled his eyes. Chapter 1461. The sacred ape bloodline was unyielding and wouldn't be restrained by others, not even a great emperor. However, the monkey really didn't know the origins of Angel Ox's master. He knew without a doubt that the ancient land he was searching for must be incomparably important. After all, he was the ancient celestial being in his previous life. Yifan and the others reunited with the Holy Emperor and the others, so there were naturally many things they wanted to talk about. Too many things had happened during these years. They found a wonderful place where they toasted each other and ate all types of delicious divine meat. The monkey looked at Yifan's cauldron being placed on top of a fire, cooking meat, stewing soup, and cooking delicacies. It was surrounded by chaotic energy and accompanied by source energy. He was quite speechless. Using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Brother monkey, you're wrong about this. This is the enjoyment of a true immortal. Look at the primal chaos steamed meat and the source energy moistened the soup. How many people in the world can enjoy this? Pang Bo laughed loudly. He poured the life spring of the ancient celestial being into the cauldron to add flavor. On the fire rack, all kinds of delicacies were roasted until they were golden and shiny. Crackling sounds rang out continuously as the fat dripped onto the fire. Yi, is this the meat of the winged serpent? The monkey was astonished as he looked at the golden meat in the cauldron. It was boiling along with the life spring of the ancient celestial being, releasing a fragrant smell. This time, the golden serpents were completely wiped out, but they didn't obtain any meat. Fortunately, there was still some leftover snake meat from 30 years ago. Together with other delicacies, everyone ate to their heart's content. It seems like Brother Monkey is a kindred spirit and knows how to enjoy. Pang Bo laughed loudly. No, I've killed a few winged serpents before, but I've never eaten them. The sacred prince said. You've met one? The busy Yifan turned around and asked. That's right, I met an old fellow who was extremely outstanding and had no problems breaking through to the quasi-emperor realm. He was truly terrifying to the extreme. The sacred prince said with a solemn expression. What? Everyone was shocked. Even Ji Ziue, who was yawning and stretching her slender waist, perked up and came over curiously. This was definitely a huge matter. The quasi-emperor was a taboo. He had truly transcended. In the myriad domains of the universe, there would always be great sage everywhere, but the quasi-emperor had never been seen. Apart from Big Dipper's Gari Joyo, they had never encountered such an existence on the ancient starry sky path and traveled to countless starfields. In reality, there was no hope at all. No one could cross that hurdle, and it was very difficult to see the quasi-emperor in the entire universe. It was an old Teng snake. It was about to become the quasi-emperor, but I destroyed it in my ignorance. The sacred prince revealed a shocking truth. He had previously visited an ancient star. It was a place with broken walls and precipitous cliffs, miasma lingering about. Ancient trees were everywhere, snakes and bugs everywhere. It was extremely terrifying. The entire ancient star was very special. There were countless types of snakes, and the flying serpent race was the ruler. The sacred prince saw a mountain of bones piled up by the skulls of apes there. In a fit of rage, he used his immortal iron rod to sweep away thousands of enemies, shattering everything within 100,000 li. What a coincidence! The old fellow from the flying serpent race was breaking through and was about to take that crucial step. He was awakened by my rod and his primordial spirit entered the demonic path, splitting into pieces and almost dying. Everyone was dumbfounded after hearing this. The sacred prince later found out that this was the emperor of the flying serpent race. He was known as the Flying Serpent Great Emperor and was about to succeed in breaking through to the quasi-emperor realm. This flying serpent emperor was sitting cross-legged on the most sacred serpent mountain in the entire ancient star. His primordial spirit was about to transform into a serpent god. In the end, he was attacked by the supreme weapon of the monkey and suffered a fatal shock. What was the weapon in the monkey's hand? It was the immortal iron rod of the Emperor of Fighting. It could strike the deities of the 9 heavens and suppress the demonic sovereigns of the 9 hells, shattering all wills that dared to resist. I really didn't do it on purpose. It's just that this race killed so many apes and used their skulls to form a mountain peak. I was truly furious. The monkey put on an innocent appearance. Everyone was speechless. How heaven-defying was this? To be able to successfully stop the birth of a quasi-emperor, the monkey had great methods after all. He could even pierce through the heavens. Even though he spoke casually, it was definitely incomparably dangerous at that time. This was a quasi-emperor, yet he died just like that. If he really succeeded in breaking through, it would have a great impact on the myriad heavens and myriad realms. The flying serpent race is out of luck. Longma chuckled. This really is an eye for an eye. Great Gentleman Golden Snake and the others disturbed Yi Fan's Tao comprehension, and their emperor was also disturbed by Brother Monkey at the most crucial moment of breaking through, almost dying. Pang Bo clicked his tongue as he spoke. You guys killed the 4 Golden Snake brothers? The monkey was even more astonished. That's right. The 4 snakes were exceptionally powerful, but after Yi Fan comprehended the Celestial Emperor Fist, killing them was effortless, said Longma. It was that emperor's 4th-generation grandson, said the sacred prince. Everyone was immediately dumbfounded when they heard this. This was a great enmity. Their group had injured everyone from the flying serpent race, from the old to the young. The flying serpent bloodline had suffered 8 lifetimes of bad luck. This was the unanimous opinion of everyone. They had encountered the monkey and lost the position of quasi-emperor for no reason. Brother Monkey, we were just saying that you had caused a great disaster and pierced through the heavens. Only now do we understand that you had foresight. Otherwise, if a quasi-emperor came to take revenge, no one would be able to stop him. Even though such an outstanding character failed this time, he might still climb back up. After all, he isn't that old, so we have to be on guard in the future. The monkey warned everyone. No matter what, the sacred prince had unintentionally done a great deed and resolved a great disaster for everyone. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. After the fine wine and delicacies, Ji Ziue brewed tea. She took Yi Fan's Tao comprehension tea leaves and used the divine spring liquid as the water. The fragrance wafted out, and after tasting it, one would feel refreshed and enter the Tao realm. Everyone went into seclusion and only woke up half a month later. During this period of time, the outside world was in an uproar. Yi Fan killed in all directions and swept through the battlefield. Apart from the 9-eyed jade toad, Di Tian, Shun Lan, the great demonic god, and the heavenly wolf, everyone else was wiped out. Many young experts had stirred up a storm in this region and stirred up a boundless sea of blood. In the end, they all fell here, wiped out. Yi Fan's success shook the world. From this star region to the ancient path, his rise was already unstoppable. The outside world was filled with legends about him. Apart from this, the great sage's attack on the divine domain ended in failure. Emperor weapons collided, and it was rumored that 4 killing swords appeared indistinctly. They merged with the formation diagram and were extremely terrifying. The great sage has been knocking on the pass for many years, and experts from other ancient regions are continuously descending. I believe that the divine domain will definitely lose, even with the numinous treasure celestial being's supreme killing formation, said Ji Haoyue. It was easy to see that the emperor weapons of various regions would appear. At that time, it wouldn't just be a knocking and resisting formation diagram, but a great breakthrough. There was news that if one wanted to break through the killing formation, they would need at least 3 or 4 emperor weapons. That was because the formation diagram was the supreme embodiment of the combination of the characters and the celestial beings' killing formation. It contained the numinous treasure celestial beings' lifetime comprehension. It was a supreme work of symbols, formations, and Tao marks interweaved. It was an emperor weapon in itself, and with the addition of the 4 killing swords, who in the world could break through it? Something big has happened. The light race's great sage has appeared, and he has brought his race's smelting god pot. He has vowed to break through the divine domain. The other side of the god was shaken, and the storm caused by Yi Fan was suppressed. The 10,000 dragon bell and smelting god pot appeared, and with the Void Emperor's coffin, the chances of attacking the divine domain skyrocketed. They might really succeed. Boom. Moreover, on this day, there was a sudden riot in outer space. There were 5 continents in outer space, and they looked like the 5 organs of the human body, corresponding to metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. They emitted powerful essence energy, surging like the ocean, and engulfing the life-ancient star on the other side of the god. What's going on? The essence energy was like a tide, emitting wisps of the great emperor's aura. It suppressed the sky until it collapsed, and the entire ancient star was trembling. Yi Fan said, "For us, this kind of 5 elements essence energy is really rare. It can be used to refine the secret realm of the Tao Palace and baptize the body. It is a great fortune that defies the heavens. I don't need it. I've refined a 5 elements immortal mountain before," said the monkey. He had no interest in the 5 continents in outer space, and instead wanted to go to the divine domain to take a look. "Brother Monkey, you have to be careful. There is more than 1 emperor weapon on this ancient star, and they are all in the hands of the great sage. Don't get targeted," warned Yi Fan. The monkey nodded, and they agreed to wait for them to come back. They would plan together and fight for the ancient tree of life. Yi Fan and the others rushed into outer space to collect the 5 elements essence energy. 2 days later, they felt that something wasn't right. The 5 elements essence energy was too berserk. The 5 great continents were trembling, suppressing towards ancient star. Wisps of the great emperor's aura were emitted, and the green copper cauldron shone under the pressure. It couldn't be controlled, and it was about to rush out from Yi Fan's body. There was a legend on the other side that every 10,000 years, the 5 continents would riot, but this time, it was different. It was as if someone was intensifying this change. "Go find Brother Monkey, someone is going to attack the divine domain, and even the 5 elements essence energy has been drawn over. This star might be destroyed," said Yi Fan. They discovered that they were a step too late. When the 5 elements essence energy covered heaven and earth, all of the emperor weapons shone, surging with waves of killing intent. This was the result of being suppressed by the great emperor's aura. 5 continents, they might be formed from the 5 viscera of the spiritual treasure celestial being. The pressure is too great, and even my green cauldron is shining. Yi Fan was shocked. This was a true emperor corpse. Of course, it had now turned into a continent, no longer in a flesh state, but its divine might hadn't decrease. Look, the 10,000 dragon bell, god smelting pot, battle immortal iron rod, and other radiance rushed into the heavens, merging together. Pang Bo's expression changed. He stood in the star domain, overlooking everything below. "Nothing unexpected happened to the monkey, right?" Longma said. "No, he joined hands with those people to attack the divine domain." Yi Fan's expression was grave. "It's these great sage who borrowed the 10,000 years of change in the 5 elements continent to draw out the 5 elements essence energy. They didn't hesitate to destroy this star, and at the same time, they forced all of the emperor weapons to reveal themselves. From there, they worked together to attack the divine domain." Ji Ziyue said, pointing out the root of the matter. The great sage weren't easy to deal with. They were afraid that someone would secretly take the fruits of victory when they succeeded this time, so they forced out their competitors 1 step ahead. That's right, Brother Monkey was forced to participate. Today, the divine domain is going to be destroyed. Yi Fan's expression was grave as he nodded. If they were on the star, the green copper piece would definitely release endless light and be found. They would be forced to join, or else they would be enemies, and there would be a great confrontation between Emperor weapons. Chapter 1462. The Divine Realm's Great Battle began. This was a world-shaking great confrontation. Even in outer space, one could see how terrifying that place was. The three Emperor weapons joined together, slaughtering their way towards the divine forbidden area. The God-smelting pot, 10,000 dragon bell, and war rod fought until the heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. Ghosts wept and deities howled, a rain of blood poured down. Extreme divine radiance rushed into the heavens, breaking into the boundless star domain, leaving Yi Fan and the others horrified. This was the extreme Emperor might, the three weapons completely reviving. Meanwhile, in the divine realm, a formation diagram covered the sky. 4 killing swords appeared, shaking heaven and earth, releasing extreme Tao immortal might. Streak after streak of sword energy swept in all directions, fighting a great battle against the three Emperor weapons. The 4 killing swords were blurry and a bit unreal, but this formation diagram was too special. With its existence, it was equivalent to a part of the great Emperor's primordial spirit controlling this place. This was the highest embodiment of the formation, containing the group character secret, assembling the extreme Tao Emperor weapons under the heavens, arranging everything, forming unmatched divine might that could crush all things in the world. It could be said that this was the power that could only be displayed when the great Emperor was alive, only then could a part of it be displayed. A great battle erupted. Even if they fought in the skies above the divine realm, this place was still going to be destroyed. The formless formation and ancient formation cause couldn't protect the mountains and rivers anymore. At the crucial moment, the most ancient divine mountain in the divine realm released blazing radiance, the faith power of all life accumulated over the endless years surging. Hong long long. The mountains and rivers stabilized, the sun and moon stopped moving. This pure power surged like a sea, stabilizing the earth, fire, wind, and water, stabilizing all things, protecting this ancient realm. This incomparable power wasn't any weaker than Emperor weapons. It was just that it was too large, unknown just how much divine force it had accumulated since the ancient times. Today, it completely revived. Otherwise, forget about this place, even the entire ancient star might be split apart, smashed into dust. The divine realm reached a moment of life and death, never as dangerous as it was today. 3 Emperor weapons knocked on the door, not even a living deity could stop them. Pop! Sword energy weaved about, tens of thousands of streaks rising together, a wave sweeping over. The 3 Emperor weapons all cried out lightly, suffering a tremendous attack. The great void crack extended into the distance, directly entering outer space. It was incomparably terrifying, devouring a few small meteors inside. Yi Fan and the others stood in the sky. Their expressions changed when they saw this scene. If this continued, the shore of the gods would undoubtedly be destroyed. Even the power of faith from the most ancient divine mountain wouldn't be enough. It couldn't be stabilized. Pang Bo grinned. Brother Monkey, you're just doing the work but not the hard work. Ji Yuxing looked over. The light emitted by the imperial weapon was the most dazzling, while the fighting rod was relatively dim. Every time it attacked, it was always at the back. It was clear that the monkey was in a bad mood. It was forcefully dragged over to participate in the battle, feeling indignant inside. However, it couldn't deal with 2 great Emperor weapons, and as such, it was wasting its time. If this went on for a long time, he might even change sides at the last minute. The sacred battle apes were the most unyielding and unyielding. The 9-layered coffin from the mythological era has been carried into the god domain. There was an incomparably massive stone coffin, and the great sage was using his heart's blood to refine it. Layer after layer of the stone coffin was opened, releasing a terrifying wave of Emperor baleful energy. The god domain has lost. Ji Haoyue knew that if nothing unexpected happened, the outcome couldn't be changed. The 3 imperial weapons restrained the numinous treasure celestial being's supreme killing formation. At this time, no one could suppress the Emperor coffin. The Emperor baleful energy could ignite the power of faith and completely destroy this place. As expected, As soon as the ancient coffin entered the god domain, it completely ignited the power of faith. This was a terrifying change. It was as if there was a fire burning all over the sky. The heavens and the earth were boiling, rolling like the sea, dazzling. The divine power of faith vaporized, burned, and evaporated. It was incomparably blazing, more terrifying than the endless sun exploding. At this moment, the god domain suffered heavy losses. Many people died and directly turned into a bloody mist. There were even some hall masters who let out long cries and fled into the distance. The blazing light was like a flood that burst a dam, surging towards the boundless land, pouncing towards the even more distant mountains and rivers. All the great races were trembling. This was a disastrous consequence. Crack. The god domain was torn apart. If this continued, it would definitely turn into flying ashes. Then, with this as a breakthrough point, the entire ancient star would explode. Clang. The immortal sword lightly cried out. A silver formation that stood out from the masses flickered, and 4 ancient swords rushed out. They were entirely dark red in color, and within their simple and unadorned appearance, there was a hidden exceptional killing intent. The great sage sucked in a breath of cold air. They were all stupefied. These were the 4 killing swords from the celestial being's life springs. They crossed through the void and appeared in reality, no longer an indistinct void image. This time, they were in big trouble. The formation diagram floated above, and the 4 swords hung down from the east, south, west, and north respectively, guarding the 4 gates. They once again stabilized the god domain, suppressing everything and sweeping the enormous stone coffin out. During this process, the 2 great sages who were using their heartblood to water the divine coffin didn't even have the chance to release a sound before they were chopped into pieces by the sword energy, dying a violent death. Everyone's scalp went numb. The 4 real swords crossed the ancient celestial being's life springs and arrived at the other shore of the gods. They merged with the formation diagram, truly becoming unrivaled in the heavens and earth. Could they still fight like this? The 3 emperor weapons were naturally not weaker than the 4 killing swords, but that formation diagram was too mysterious. It contained a portion of the heaven-defying might of a living great emperor, allowing them to better control the emperor weapons and kill gods in their way. We need 4 emperor weapons to break through this formation. Where are we going to find them now? Everyone became anxious, their faces pale. They never thought that they would fail at the last moment. At the crucial moment, the true bodies of the 4 immortal swords arrived. At this time, forget about attacking the god domain. If the great sage didn't have emperor weapons, it would be a problem for them to even leave alive. The situation was reversed. In reality, everyone in the god domain was stupefied. They never thought that the 4 emperor weapons would appear at the last moment, immediately turning the tables and reversing the situation. Bring the emperor coffin over and use it as an emperor weapon. Also, that monkey, if you don't put in any effort, this old man will kill you first. A great sage roared angrily. The sacred prince sneered. However, now was not the time to argue, and he truly had to risk his life. Otherwise, he might even die here. The killing formation diagram was extremely terrifying. The emperor weapons were arranged together, attacking and defending as one, shattering all things. It was as if it was going to destroy this part of the universe. The 4 killing swords hung in all directions. The god domain was impregnable, and it took the initiative to attack outwards, continuously pushing forward, hacking at the great sage's hearts until they trembled in fear. The 4 sword gates all surged with primal chaos. Each time they hacked out, tens of thousands of multicolored light would be released, every single strand enough to kill a great sage. It was absolutely terrifying. Above the heavens, Yi Fan's expression changed. He had never seen such terrifying offensive power before. It was truly terrifying. Pang Bo sighed and said, "Back then, the Wu Sha Bell suppressed Purple Mountain, but it wasn't anything more than this. Even several emperor weapons couldn't break through, so it was most likely controlled by the formation diagram." Suddenly, Yi Fan's expression changed. The 5 elements' essence energy decreased sharply, a change happened. The green copper cauldron on his body became dim, no longer shining. He couldn't help but look towards the distant 5 elements continent. Moments later, a resplendent golden light rushed out. It was as resplendent as a blazing sun, traversing the heavens. It was so dazzling that it was suffocating. Yi Fan quickly laid down the heaven-deceiving formation, enveloping everyone within. He looked at that divine light with a serious expression. That person was too fast, tearing apart the void and traversing the cosmos. He rushed over in the blink of an eye, closing in on this ancient star on the other side of the gods. Strands of emperor might were released. Divine clothes forged from Tao tribulation gold. Everyone was astonished. This was a type of immortal gold, comparable to Phoenix blood gold, immortal tears green gold, and others. Why do I feel the smell of a conspiracy? Ji Ziyue's large eyes blinked as she stared at the brilliant divine clothes. She spoke out the doubt in her heart. That's right. After so many years, I always felt that there was a pair of invisible hands manipulating everything here. Now, it's more or less confirmed. Yi Fan nodded and revealed a serious expression. The ancient tree branch of life appeared on the Golden Branch Road, leading everyone to the ancient mythological domain. From there, they found the Sea of Bitterness and finally reached the other side of the gods. This was a line that connected the territories one by one, causing people to descend here. After so many years, there were many bloody battles. How could an ordinary person bring out a divine tree branch? Stirring up the storms of the various domains and slaughtering their way here, this was like a huge plot. Someone couldn't conquer the divine domain himself, so he wanted to draw the troops of the outside world in and cause chaos in the divine domain. He will take action at the crucial moment. Ji Ziyue said. If it's true, then this person really can endure. In order to realize this plan, he spent decades, maybe even close to 100 years. Pang Bo said. That's right, you guys guessed correctly. Such a huge chaotic situation is planned by someone. Yi Fan stared at the resplendent golden divine clothes and said solemnly. The reason why he came to this conclusion was because he knew who came. In the past, he had interacted with this person and seen his terrifying methods. Who would have thought that this person's thoughts were so deep, directing such a shocking situation, drawing everyone in and turning them into sharp weapons to cut open the divine domain? Who is this person? Ji Haoyue stared at the golden figure, watching him enter the life star below. Someone from Great Emperor Dao Yang's bloodline. Yi Fan replied. There was only one set of immortal clothes made of Dao tribulation gold in the entire universe. It belonged to Great Emperor Dao Yang, and now it was in the hands of Imperial Prince Dao Yi. It was definitely this person who came and orchestrated all of this. His thoughts were too deep, mobilizing thousands of troops and causing chaos in the various domains to attack this place. This wasn't something ordinary people could do. Yi Fan said, the ancient tree of life once belonged to Great Emperor Dao Yang. It has been missing for more than 1,000,000 years. In order to retrieve his father's immortal tree, he set up this situation, borrowing the strength of the heroes to attack and resist the supreme killing formation and emperor weapon here. No wonder. Ji Ziyue nodded. It was said that there was a mole in the divine domain decades ago who wanted to steal the ancient tree of life. In the end, he failed and only took a branch. Now, it seemed like it was naturally Dao Yi's doing. Since it wasn't a mole, if an outsider wanted to take away a piece of the divine branch, he would need an emperor weapon. Otherwise, how could he barge in? This person is very terrifying. In order to realize his goal, he attracted many ancient domain experts, not hesitating to dye the starry sky with blood and cause great chaos. All the heroes took action, but they all became his weapons. Ji Haoyue said. Yi Fan nodded. Dao Yi was definitely not a simple person. In the past, he had killed countless Big Dipper ancient kings. He even killed the Fire Chelin Cave's Flame Chelin great sage Yang Chelin who held the ancient imperial weapon. He even caused the ancient Prince Fire Chelin to be depressed and leave in a rage at the edge of the universe. Even now, his whereabouts were unknown. Since we have spied on him, let's follow him. The mantis stalks the cicada, he is the oriole, we are the people with the slingshots. Pang Bo rubbed his palms together and said. Yi Fan had the green copper cauldron. If they really clashed, he wouldn't be afraid. He could chase after Dao Yi. We might not be the hunters. This is undoubtedly Dao Yi's plan. However, the one executing this operation might be the great sage. Moreover, apart from the emperor weapon, he also has the ancient imperial formation diagram, Yi Fan said. He still couldn't forget what happened in the past. Like harvesting wheat, the Big Dipper ancient kings suffered heavy losses. Blood dyed the void red. Everyone, I have come to help you. The appearance of the Dao evolution immortal robe shook the world. An imposing figure descended outside the divine domain and joined the battlefield. Dao brother, you came at the right time. We will break this formation together. For emperor weapons are just right. The great sage laughed. He didn't think that there would be light at the end of the tunnel. The smelting god pot, 10,000 dragon bell, battle rod, and Dao evolution immortal robe all emitted resplendent immortal splendor. They shook the supreme formation in front of them. The heroes split up and used the 4 emperor weapons to lock down a door. They killed their way in. The primal chaos surged. The formation diagram and the 4 killing swords hummed. They were actually unstable. It seemed like it was only a matter of time before they were broken. At this time, Yi Fan and the others also arrived. The saints had already entered with the emperor weapons. The outside world was cold and cheerless. We will also go in and follow behind Dao Yi. Chapter 1463. Longma strongly suggested to go in and follow behind Dao Yi. They would wait for an opportunity to attack at the crucial moment and become the final winner of this battle. Yi Fan thought about it. Spirit treasure celestial beings killing formation would definitely be filled with danger. It was hard to say if it was a good or bad thing to go in like this. Perhaps there would be gains, but there might also be problems. Wait. In the end, he only spat out this one word. He used the heaven-deceiving formation to hide his aura and quietly guarded outside the divine domain. He wouldn't attack until the crucial moment. He had many considerations. Just now, he had followed them and could almost confirm that the person wearing the golden clothes was Dao Yi's Dao protector and not him. Dao Yi hadn't appeared yet. He had the ancient emperor formation diagram in his hands. Even though it was damaged, it was still a great killing weapon that could easily tear apart stars. The most important thing is that spirit treasure celestial beings killing formation diagram is too powerful. Once we enter, the green copper cauldron will most likely shine. At that time, we will be in the light and be watched by many. 4 celestial swords hung in 4 directions, each guarding a door. Primal chaos surged and sword energy was as vast as the sea. Any small strand of multicolored light could destroy the great sage. This was a forbidden area for life. One needed an emperor-level artifact to enter, otherwise, they would only fail and even die if they were the slightest bit careless. He didn't come. After waiting for an hour, Dao Yi still didn't appear. Outside the divine domain, thunder rumbled deafeningly. Lightning tore apart the sky and blood rained down. This place became a nightmare land. It was incomparably terrifying. One could imagine that the divine domain was definitely fighting to the point where heaven and earth were collapsing. It was completely crazy. This was a clash between emperor weapons. Without the formation's protection, the entire ancient star would explode. At this moment, the 4 swords were already unstable and about to fall. The 4 sides attacked and almost broke the formation. They were fighting crazily. The great sage split into 4 groups and did their best to take the 4 killing swords. They wanted to completely break the formation of spirit treasure celestial being. Longma, Jiyu Jinpeng, and the others' eyes all became red. This was an emperor weapon, and it was placed right in front of them, within reach. It felt as if it was so close, yet worlds apart. They truly wanted to rush up and seize the immortal sword. Yi Fan smiled bitterly. An hour had passed. So many great sage had taken action, controlling a total of 4 emperor weapons to resist the killing formation, but they still hadn't succeeded. It was truly terrifying. Boom! An uproar came from the divine realm. That most ancient divine mountain exploded, and the power of faith surged crazily. It was like a landslide and a tsunami, completely igniting the divine realm. How vast was it? This was the divine power that had been accumulated since ancient times. It was unknown how many generations of gods had ruled over the divine domain, so one could well imagine the depth and accumulation. It was simply too majestic. As soon as this power appeared, it was comparable to an emperor weapon coming to life. It was incredibly powerful, and as soon as it attacked the great sage side, people died. Hurry and carry the ancient coffin, use the emperor baleful energy to resist the power of faith. An old great sage roared angrily. This was a difficult battle. The power of faith flowed in reverse, and it was difficult to carry the ancient coffin into the formation in a short amount of time. It was too large, and apart from the G family siblings, it was difficult for others to even approach it, let alone carry it by their side. A tug of war unfolded. The power of faith erupted, and that most ancient divine mountain disintegrated. The divine realm that was surrounded by the killing formation was immediately filled with power of will. It surged like a vast ocean, and not a single drop leaked out to the outside world. The great sage was suffering unspeakably. If it wasn't for the 4 emperor weapons, many of them might have suffered serious injuries, or even died. The killing formation diagram of the numinous treasure celestial being was stabilized. Meanwhile, the 4 immortal swords trembled, and once again hung on the 4 gates. Primal chaos surged, and killing intent shocked the ages. The divine realm's decline was completely gone. It borrowed the ocean-like will power to seize the upper hand and counterattack frantically. The formation diagram rotated, and the killing swords in all directions were deafening. One could clearly see that the dark red sword body continuously trembled. Tens of thousands of sword radiants hacked out. Its offensive power was unmatched, and not a single hero could contend against it. The immortal swords became bright red, as if there was blood flowing through them. It was extremely terrifying, and every single strand of radiance shattered the heavens. Primal chaos surged. This is bad. Why is this killing formation so terrifying? Could it be that it really is going to suppress the 4 emperor weapons? One of the 10 saints said with a trembling voice. It's just the final radiance of a setting sun. Ji Haoyue said. This was caused by the eruption of the power of faith, but there was no way it could continue. The willpower would be exhausted sooner or later, completely consumed by the emperor weapons. At that time, the numinous treasure celestial being's killing formation wouldn't be able to contend against the 4 emperor weapons for a long time. One has to understand that these were the crystallization of the 4 ancient emperors' blood, ancient weapons that had accompanied them for their entire lives. Hong long. Suddenly, a sky-shaking sound rang through the air. That enormous stone coffin was carried into the divine realm. When blood poured down, it opened layer by layer, sending everyone flying. Emperor baleful energy overflowed in all directions, igniting the power of faith. This was a great disaster. The divine realm's people were densely packed, falling from the sky like raindrops. Countless corpses and bones fell, turning into ashes under the fiery light. This scene was extremely bloody. Even the powerful palace masters couldn't endure it, their bodies directly exploding. Bloody mists rose in all directions, their will power ignited. Saintess. A blue-clothed woman floated in the air. Right now, her face was covered in tears, exploding in the fiery light. A rain of blood scattered outwards. This was a divine realm's saintess, an extraordinary and divine woman. She couldn't endure this type of pressure, and as a result, died a violent death. Many people wept in grief. This was an unendurable weight. The divine realm was broken through today, and the casualties were disastrous. It truly was a bloody tragedy. A divine elder's eyes widened in anger. His head of hair stood on end, and the corners of his eyes split open, blood flowing outwards. However, he couldn't change anything. He was swept through by the killing intent of an emperor weapon, turning into scattered ashes. Within the divine realm, the 4 great sage women all died, and 2 divine elders also died in battle. Their flesh and blood evaporated, turning into dust. The situation here was already set, difficult to change. The divine realm was inevitably going to suffer a great defeat. The casualties in this battle were disastrous, and it was extremely cruel. They were already powerless to reverse the situation. Abandon everything here, we don't want anything. A palace master roared, leading everyone to break out of the encirclement. Any war was bloody and cruel. Sometimes, there was no right or wrong, only different standpoints. The divine realm was above all life, receiving the nourishment of all creatures, transcending like deities. For the clans of this star, it was like a colossus towering above the clouds, unreachable. During all these years, they had absolute power over life and death, everything within their grasp. They never thought that there would be a day like this, that they would also become pitiful people, that their fate had a reincarnation. On the other side, many great clans' leaders were stirred up. The colossus that was the divine realm finally fell, the great mountain crushing down on their heads collapsing, no longer able to restrict them. Grandfather, you can rest in peace under the wine spring. Back then, the divine realm wiped out my clan, seizing my ancestral scriptures. Now, something similar has happened to them. This is a reincarnation. The divine realm has been overthrown, and the clansmen no longer need to worship. We will worship our own ancient ancestors. In the outside world, the reactions were different. Ordinary people were panicking endlessly, while the rulers of the various clans were extremely happy, tightly clenching their fists. Those who kill will be killed by others. These were the cold words of a few old clan leaders. They weren't at a loss like their clansmen, all of them having their own ambitions. Corpses were everywhere in the divine realm. Blood splashed high into the air, creating a scarlet expanse. Honglong. The palace master's eyes were filled with hot tears, leading a group of people out to escape from the divine realm. This place was truly finished, difficult to preserve. At this time, the spiritual treasure celestial beings killing formation also finally became unstable, the formation diagram's rotation speed becoming slower and slower. The 4 killing swords' radiance grew dim, no longer bright red, killing energy gradually restrained. There were some who rushed towards a sacred mountain, preparing to seize the ancient life tree. There were even more who prepared to seize the immortal swords, and there were others who held emperor artifacts as they rushed high into the sky, wishing to obtain this rare unmatched formation diagram. The divine realm's general situation was already over, about to be defeated. Even the killing swords and formation diagram might be evenly divided by someone wielding emperor artifacts, thus dividing them up. With a honglong sound, the formation diagram flew out. The 4 swords became unstable, and the 4 gates all fell. Chaotic energy exploded, declaring the collapse of the great formation, becoming deformed. The formation diagram dimmed, suppressing the heavens, no one able to approach. The 4 immortal swords turned into several streaks of divine light as they flew about, colliding with emperor artifacts from time to time, terrifying to the extreme. However, the 4 killing swords were no longer as sharp as before. They were originally 1, so how could they fight against 4 monarch weapons in a one-on-one battle? Dao Yi is over there. Yi Fan opened the source heaven's eye and saw the scene in the divine realm, able to see through all things in the world. At this time, the great formation was broken, nothing could obstruct the source heaven's eye. He saw through Dao Yi's disguise, as expected, he wasn't wearing the Dao Tribulation golden immortal clothes. Enter the divine realm. The spiritual treasure celestial beings killing formation was broken, the 4 immortal swords were in different directions. There was no Dao mark pressure here, so even if they entered the formation, they wouldn't have to bear such great pressure that it would cause the green copper cauldron to shine. Dao Yi climbed up that ancient mountain. There was a treasure tree on it, it was emerald green, as if it was carved from divine jade. It emitted powerful life essence, it was an undying medicine. Yi Fan and the others used the heaven-deceiving formation as cover and silently approached. Dao Yi clearly had a secret treasure on him, he suddenly raised his head and looked over, sensing that someone was secretly approaching. At the same time, not far away, the great sage, who was fighting over the 4 immortal swords, saw someone approaching the ancient tree of life. He sneered and was about to attack with his emperor artifact. Of course, they didn't dare to directly attack with their emperor artifacts, because that might destroy the precious medicine. They were afraid to attack for fear of harming the innocent, but Dao Yi dared to go all out. He directly roared, his aura surging like a bull, his eyes shooting out 2 terrifying beams of light towards the heavens. Rumble. A terrifying disaster descended, the vast 5 elements immortal energy in the outer realm boiled, covering the sky and covering the earth, falling from the 5 continents towards this ancient star, the divine realm bearing the brunt of it. This was the 5 elements essence energy produced by the Tao palaces of the ancient emperors. At this time, it was drawn down. It was simply a natural disaster. At this moment, the entire ancient star was torn apart, quickly disintegrating, and then exploding. Apart from the divine realm, which had a few emperor artifacts suppressing it, how could other places block it? This was the immortal energy of the great emperors. It directly destroyed this ancient star. Without a doubt, the people here were in a terrible situation. Blood overflowed the heavens, corpses piled up into mountains, almost everyone on the star was dead. Just now, the various races were still hoping that the divine realm would be overthrown. They would rise up and welcome the arrival of a new era. Who would have thought that in the next moment, this ancient land would be destroyed, the entire world would be annihilated? Every 10,000 years, the 5 elements continents in the outer realm would be in an uproar. After a reincarnation cycle, the time had come again, but this was the result. Many people died with grievances. They didn't know that someone had used the 5 elements immortal energy to cause this endless killing tribulation. Dao Yi is too ruthless. Pang Bo's pupils shrank. In order to achieve his goal, this person was really unscrupulous, bloody, and cruel. Yi Fan's heart also trembled. This seemingly gentle and refined young emperor, who had set up a trap to kill the great sage of the Fire Chiline cave, was even more terrifying than he had imagined. The divine realm suffered a terrifying impact. The 5 elements immortal energy produced by the great emperor's body covered the sky and earth, blocking the emperor artifacts from approaching. Chapter 1464. It was clear that Dao Yi had made ample preparations. In order to achieve today's result, he had already started planning decades ago. His methods were heaven-defying. Boundless 5 elements essence energy descended, turning the entire ancient star into dust. Under the immortal energy contained within the ancient celestial being palace, it turned into ashes. The entire world had reached its end. This wasn't just a bit of essence energy, it was just too vast. It covered the sky and earth like an ocean, drowning out every inch of space. Even the armies that had escaped from the divine realm couldn't escape this disaster. They were all blasted apart, turning into blood and bones. This was a gargantuan disaster. On a giant star, dozens to hundreds of races were wiped out. It was difficult to calculate just how many people there were. It could be said to be the most serious tragedy. This was a starry sky dyed in blood. The other side of the gods no longer existed, forever erased from the world. The divine realm was still there, becoming a lone island floating in the boundless universe. It was only because the emperor weapon was suppressing it that it hadn't been destroyed yet. Honglong. The 10,000 dragon bell, smelting god pot and the others all revived, doing their best to resist. They wanted to break through the boundless immortal energy and rush over. Unfortunately, they couldn't do as they wished. This was the immortal energy within the ancient celestial being. It was extremely terrifying. Dao Yi had already calculated everything. He would use the endless immortal energy within the great emperor's body to block everyone, cut off the heavens, and resist the extreme ancient imperial weapon. He only needed a bit of time. Even if he succeeded after blocking for a bit, he could easily seize the ancient tree of life. Not good. Pang Bo and the others knew that Dao Yi was about to seize the ancient tree. The tense moment had arrived. The only fortunate thing was that they had avoided the boundless immortal energy and ascended the ancient mountain. They weren't that far from Dao Yi, so there was still hope of catching up. Yi Fan's eyes shone brightly. He turned into a blazing streak of light, wrapping everyone around him as he charged forward. He chased after the wind and lightning, pressing towards the peak of the sacred mountain. He wanted to seize the precious tree first. They used the heaven-deceiving formation to conceal their auras. They were silent and extremely fast. However, Dao Yi's spiritual senses were too sharp. Even though he couldn't see all of them clearly, he could sense that experts were approaching. He decisively activated a formation flag and placed it around the mountain peak. A honglong sounded. Forget about Yi Fan and the others, even the great sage who held the emperor artifact in the distance trembled. He sensed an extremely terrifying wave of energy. This was an ancient emperor formation. As expected, he brought this great killing weapon. Yi Fan frowned. Dao Yi has been dormant for decades. He has prepared everything and is determined to get the Tree of Life, Ji Haoyue said with a serious expression. Yi Fan was extremely decisive. While the boundless immortal energy descended, separating those emperor artifacts and the great sage, he decisively took action. He produced the green copper cauldron, smashing it into the ancient formation flags. This was an ancient emperor formation. Even though it was damaged, it was still exceptionally terrifying, able to produce endless killing disaster. It possessed great power, or else it wouldn't have killed so many ancient kings in Big Dipper. Boom! The green light shone brightly. The bronze cauldron was pressured by an unparalleled power and finally recovered. It emitted strands of immortal might and spread forward. At this time, Dao Yi turned around and naturally recognized this green light. They had crossed paths in the past. Now that they met again, he knew that this person had come to sneak attack him. However, he was very calm, just like before, as if everything was under his control. With a rumble, boundless formation runes appeared, instantly enveloping the mountain. He activated the ancient emperor formation runes, allowing them to fully recover to block Yi Fan, while he himself rushed towards the ancient tree on the mountain peak. Rumble. Yi Fan used all his strength to urge the green copper cauldron to close in. At the same time, he used a genesis technique, drawing upon the 5 elements immortal qi in the world. The vast waves instantly swept over, attacking the formation. Moreover, at this time, Ji Ziyue also displayed her innate divine ability. Her Yuanling body was close to the origin, able to draw upon all divine power and immortal qi, activating the vast pressure of the 5 elements on the spot. The green copper cauldron was in front, and the vast amount of 5 elements immortal qi was behind. It was as if a heavenly blade had cut open a hole, charging into the formation. Dao Yi's expression changed. The 5 elements immortal qi was drawn from the 5 continents in the outer realm. Who knew how long it had been prepared for this day, but now it was being borrowed by someone else. The pressure on Dao Yi multiplied. He couldn't stand still on the mountain peak and needed to expend a great deal of energy to resist. This was because the green cauldron's hazy green light was flowing, faintly discernible strands of it seeped in. If not for the ancient emperor's formation, he would definitely be turned into ashes. Yi Fan took a step forward, driving the green copper cauldron forward. He was like a single blade cutting into the ancient formation, pressing forward step by step. Dao Yi also took a step forward, heading towards the mountain peak. His target was naturally the ancient Tree of Life, getting closer and closer. However, both of them were under great pressure. Both of them were trembling, because one was under the pressure of the ancient emperor's formation, while the other was under the pressure of the green cauldron. Both of them were not feeling well. Even though they both had the cauldron protecting them and the formation, they still felt as if their bodies were going to collapse. They were both moving forward with great difficulty, in a bit of a deadlock. In terms of distance, Dao Yi was closer to the ancient tree, so he might be able to obtain it first. However, if Yi Fan broke in, even though he would arrive later, he could directly kill him with the green cauldron. At this crucial moment, both sides were doing everything they could, speeding up. They endured the bone-scraping pain, using their own cauldrons and formations to protect themselves, advancing with great difficulty. Yi Fan also felt a sense of urgency, because there were still emperor weapons behind them. Once the boundless immortal energy disappeared, those people would immediately appear and attack. They would be the first to bear the brunt. Catcher. Yi Fan relied on his powerful golden blood body to forcefully take large steps, using the green cauldron to open up the path, causing cracks to appear in the formation. He advanced a long distance. Dao Yi frowned. The situation was not good. If Yi Fan entered, he might be killed by the cauldron. After all, he wasn't wearing the Dao Tribulation golden celestial clothes, so there was no emperor weapon protecting him. The most important thing was that the ancient emperor formation was even more damaged than last time. Its power wasn't wild enough, so he might not be able to block it. All right. Behind them, Longma rubbed his palms, preparing to fight for the life tree. Yi Fan's body swayed. The pressure on him was too great. If it was someone else advancing with the cauldron like this, their body would definitely collapse. Dao Yi's body was even worse, because the green light spread out, turning into a light mist that surged in. Some formation flags were trembling, about to break. He couldn't take it anymore. You again. Dao Yi stared at Yi Fan. The heaven-deceiving formation patterns had long dimmed, the material was not good, the Dao marks had disappeared. You again. Yi Fan replied. It was the same sentence, but the meaning behind it was different. The underlying emotions were different as well. There's a 50-50 chance. Pang Bo sighed in the back. Even though the life tree was good, the two of them were taking a great risk. One mistake and they would be destroyed. Yi Fan was still calm, he had the undying medicine on him, so he didn't care too much about this. Dao Yi was different, he had planned for decades, spent a lot of effort. If Yi Fan snatched him away halfway, he would really vomit blood. Now, they both had a chance of success, but the balance of victory might tilt towards Yi Fan. Once he charged in, he could kill Dao Yi. Catcher. Suddenly, the mountain peak cracked, the power of the seal breaking. Any ancient medicine was intelligent, had a will, could fly into the sky and burrow into the earth, so it had to be sealed. And now, the divine medicine field that the life tree was rooted in cracked, the old tree was freed, actually breaking free from the soil like a human. Its roots were thick, and two of them were like legs, strong and powerful, supporting themselves on the ground. Then, it lifted its feet and ran. Everyone was dumbfounded. Longma cried out, wanting nothing more than to rush over and swallow the ancient tree. In the end, the life tree left Yi Fan's direction, directly rushing towards Dao Yi, voluntarily delivering itself to him. Longma, Pang Bo, and the others all had the urge to curse out loud. This old tree ran away at the crucial moment, throwing itself into Dao Yi's arms, acknowledging him. Dao Yi smiled brightly, looking otherworldly. He retreated step by step, away from Yi Fan's position, the pressure on his body decreasing. I was born under the life tree, it belonged to my father back then, comparing the two, it will definitely choose me. Dao Yi's teeth were sparkling, his expression aloof, smiling lightly. He waved at Yi Fan, slowly retreating, until he was far away, only then did he put away the ancient imperial formation. Motherfucker, man proposes, heaven disposes. This old tree undid its seal in the end and ran away. Longma cursed. The ancient tree ran away on its own, automatically choosing its master. This unforeseen event left everyone dumbstruck, they were speechless for a long time. An accident, a coincidence, the result was completely different. Yi Fan wanted to chase after it, but at this time, he heard the sacred prince's angry roar. There seemed to be an extreme divine might erupting in that area. It was a confrontation between emperor weapons. His expression immediately changed, he turned around and left, rushing in that direction. At the same time, Dao Yi let out a long roar, waving the formation flag, clearly connected to the outer realms. The boundless immortal energy that covered the sky and earth instantly disappeared. Then, his body flashed, tearing open the clear void, escaping from this place. Yi Fan hurriedly glanced over, only seeing a faint golden light disappear along with the void. This made him startled, revealing a trace of doubt. Yi Fan didn't think too much and immediately laid down the heaven-deceiving formation, concealing himself, Pang Bo, and the others to help the sacred prince. At this time, they could clearly see that the monkey used the battle rod to stop a killing sword. We must help Brother Monkey obtain it, this is an immortal sword. The group of people all cried out in surprise, rushing forward at lightning speed. The 10,000 dragon bell shook, the smelting god pot trembled slightly, the two great sage who activated them were furious. When the immortal energy disappeared, the ancient tree of life was already nowhere to be seen, causing them to vomit blood from anger. At this time, seeing the monkey stop an immortal sword, their eyes emitted cold light, they all rushed forward together. As for the great sage who was wearing the Dao Evolution golden robe, he also took advantage of the chaos to force his way over. This was a terrifying chaotic battle, the monkey was seething with anger, coldly glaring at these great sage. Under a tranquil starry sky, Dao Yi appeared. This time, he obtained the ancient tree of life and fulfilled his wish. It could be said that he was completely relaxed, waiting for his people here. 15 minutes later, a barely visible golden light appeared from the void hole, then turned into a blazing light that rushed over from the distance, arriving in the blink of an eye. This was an old man with a medium build. He had white hair and a white beard. His expression was peaceful, and there was an excited smile on his face. He laughed loudly from far away and said, "Prince, I finally got what I wanted and retrieved the ancient tree of life." Seeing this, Dao Yi relaxed. This was his Dao protector, a great sage. Even though there weren't any powerful ripples, he knew that this person was unfathomable. Seeing that he wasn't wearing the Dao Evolution celestial robe, Dao Yi couldn't help but ask. "I was afraid that the ripples would be too intense and be tracked by others." The old man's face was full of smiles. Dao Yi nodded and said, "We've finally succeeded. Imperial Prince, can you let this old man take a look at the ancient tree of life? It's been so many years, even in my dreams, I really want the tree to return," the old man said emotionally. Dao Yi chuckled, taking out the precious tree. The tree was jade green and flickered with divine splendor. Endless life essence surged, turning this starry sky into a celestial land that flowed with brilliant colors. It was exceptionally auspicious. Suddenly, a shocking change occurred. The old man attacked so suddenly that it was impossible to defend against. A sure-kill attack shot towards Dao Yi, and he grabbed the ancient tree of life, about to snatch it away. Even someone as powerful as Dao Yi didn't expect something like this to happen. His body retreated, quickly dodging, but he was still hit. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, suffering heavy injuries. However, he still grabbed the ancient tree of life's trunk and roots, not letting go. Moreover, he immediately activated the ancient sovereign formation, about to trap and kill him. With a catcher sound, the Dao protector was extremely decisive, breaking off a large portion of the ancient tree of life's crown, shattering the void, turning into a golden speck of light and disappearing without a sound. Dao Yi's expression was ashen. He wiped away the blood at the corner of his lips, standing in place for a long time without saying anything. Half of the ancient tree of life had actually been taken away by someone. The only fortunate thing was that the roots were with him, so he could plant them and restore them after a few thousand years. In another region, the starry sky was peaceful. A void hole appeared, and a monkey scratched its ears and cheeks, carrying half of the ancient tree of life out. Chapter 1465. This was a golden monkey whose fur was as shiny as silk. He somersaulted in the dark cosmos without a trace of calmness. He carried half of the ancient tree of life while scratching his ears and cheeks. He laughed non-stop. His eyes were crafty, but his face was simple and honest. This was a somewhat contradictory combination that made him look quite different. Not to mention his temperament, just his appearance alone was that of a sacred prince. He had a thunderous mouth, fiery eyes, and a lean figure that looked as if it was cast from gold. However, he had 6 ears and could listen to the sounds of the world. He was clearly a rare divine ape from ancient times, the 6-eared macaque. The half of the ancient tree of life flowed with essence energy. Its entire body was emerald green and surged with auspicious multicolored light. It breathed out immortal mist as if it was carved from jade. It was full of great Tao imprints and contained fragments of natural laws. This was something everyone in the world would go crazy over. The great sage and the others could use it to extend their lives and live a second life. As long as they found it, they would definitely slaughter their way into a sea of blood and a mountain of corpses. The 6-eared macaque carried the half of the ancient tree. His eyes continuously moved about. He plucked some leaves and swallowed them. Essence energy surged all over his body. He meditated in place for a moment before opening his eyes again. Without a sound, a void hole appeared. He turned into a golden speck of light and disappeared with the precious tree. No one would have thought that the 6-eared macaque would jump out at the crucial moment and give Dao Yi a sneak attack. He was extremely daring. It was clear that Dao Yi was depressed. He had spent so much effort to obtain a perfectly intact precious tree and finally obtained it. However, half of it was snatched away for no reason. This enmity was too great. The other shore no longer existed. It had become an expanse of dust and almost all creatures had died. Now, only the divine domain was left like a lone island floating in the ice-cold sky. The saints were fighting, using the ancient imperial weapons to seize the immortal sword. They were even trying to draw upon the formation diagram of the numinous treasure celestial being. The sacred prince glared angrily. His roar shook the heavens. He used the war rod to stop a killing sword with great difficulty. In the end, the 10,000 dragon bell and smelting god pot appeared at the same time, suppressing forward together. The saints had already lost the ancient tree of life and were even more unwilling to lose the immortal sword. They naturally attacked with all their strength, fighting together. These old things are too despicable. Longma said angrily. Don't go over, Yifan said. He wanted them to hide in the heaven-deceiving formation patterns and watch from the distance. Otherwise, it would be too dangerous. No, how can you do it alone? At the very least, I can draw upon the immortal energy of the 5 elements to help you activate the green cauldron as well. Ji Ziyue said. Pang Bo and Ji Haoyue naturally refused to back down. One wanted to live and die with Yi Fan, while the other wanted to protect her sister. Both of them joined in. In reality, not a single person left. Even the 10 great saints used their divine power to help. Jiyu Jinpeng turned into a foot long and stood on Yi Fan's shoulder, staring forward. Yi Fan had laid down 18 layers of the heaven-deceiving formation. He was not willing to expose it, so his first attack had to be a surprise attack. Only then would he be able to unleash the greatest effect. Not long ago, in the Battle of God and Demon Ridge, he had massacred the younger generation. Almost all the supreme experts had been killed, and no one had dared to claim supremacy, but it was also because of this battle that his secret of possessing an immortal body tree had been seen by Di Tian, Shun Lan, the nine-eyed blue toad, the great demonic god, and the white-haired celestial wolf. Why did the saints come? The main reason was that the ancient tree of life wanted to extend its lifespan and live a second life. Now, if Yi Fan appeared with an immortal tree with the same effect, he would definitely become a target and suffer the fiercest attacks. Don't worry too much. The great demonic god, the nine-eyed blue toad, and the others haven't leaked the news. I haven't heard anyone talk about it, Ji Haoyue said. Many days had passed since that battle, but it had been peaceful. What people talked about the most was Yi Fan's terrifying strength and celestial the Arch-Fist. No one had ever heard of the body tree. Yi Fan had thought about it before, and there were only 2 reasons for this. One was that Di Tian, the great demonic god, the nine-eyed blue toad, Shun Lan, and the white-haired celestial wolf were full of ambition. They were secretly guarding the news and waiting for experts to come to deal with him and seize the precious medicine. They didn't want the great sage to take it first because the news was leaked. The second was that the great sage had already been secretly informed by those people, but they had been holding back for fear of alerting the enemy. Therefore, they had been very calm recently, waiting for him to show himself so that they could kill him in one strike and snatch the immortal tree. Now wasn't the time to worry too much. Yi Fan had used his Genesis technique to change the appearance of the few people. Regardless of whether the green cauldron and the body tree were truly exposed, he had to conceal them first. The heaven-deceiving formation runes covered the surroundings, and they approached silently. But when they reached the center of the storm, they obviously couldn't hide anymore. The green copper block was suppressed, and its light shone brilliantly. With a rumble, Yi Fan directly activated it, launching the most violent attack. It smashed forward, breaking the stalemate. At this time, the sacred prince was in a weak position. The other 2 sides were fighting, but they didn't want him to let go. They needed him to hold the immortal sword, and the other 2 sides were fighting, so they just needed to suppress him a little. The green copper cauldron suddenly barged in, shocking everyone. The appearance of the 5th Emperor weapon was so sudden that all the saints were a little dumbfounded. This was because just now, Dao Yi had drawn the vast immortal energy to isolate the 2 sides. They felt a terrifying fluctuation, but they didn't know what it was. Boom! It was too sudden. The 10,000 dragon bell was the first to bear the brunt. It was immediately touched by the green light and flew out. Emperor weapons rarely collided with each other, or the consequences would be unimaginable. At the same time, the sacred prince, who had already received the message, roared in anger. He temporarily let go of the immortal sword, and held his rod, smashing down on the god-refining pot. This place instantly erupted, and the saints were caught unprepared. In an instant, the green copper cauldron and the war rod fused together, sweeping through everyone. They directly tore open the void and escaped. Moreover, during this process, the immortal iron rod in the monkey's hand released millions of strands of immortal light, drowning the cauldron and concealing its true body. Almost no one could see it. And only at this time did the heaven-deceiving formation completely collapse. The group of people were exposed, but they were protected by the divine iron rod, blocking the line of sight of others. It wasn't that great Emperor Wu Shi's heaven-deceiving formation wasn't strong, but that the materials used to set up the formation were too poor. They couldn't find suitable divine materials in the human world, so under the attack of this emperor weapon, it could only collapse first. What weapon is that? Many people were shocked and angry, and they surrounded them. Go! Yi Fan and the sacred prince decisively tore open the void, controlling the emperor weapons to escape the center of the battlefield. Otherwise, how many nails could their bodies be crushed by iron? The other side was all the great sage, and they had a total of 3 emperor weapons. If they really fought fiercely, they would definitely be killed here. After retreating far enough, Yi Fan sat cross-legged in the void and took out a bronze lamp with a human body and a ghost face. He chanted the Salvation Sutra and circulated the army formula to summon it. Ji Ziyue sat cross-legged opposite him. As an origin spirit body, she could draw upon the source of all things. She gathered all the 5 elements immortal qi in this area that hadn't dissipated and injected it into Yi Fan's body. This was the essence qi produced by the numinous treasure celestial being Tao Palace. It merged with Yi Fan, and with him chanting the sutra and holding the ancient lamp, it naturally released the most mysterious aura. The closest immortal sword stopped dancing and hummed like a human. The dark red sword stood alone and looked in this direction. It's effective, but the power is still lacking. Let me help you, the sacred prince said. He placed the immortal iron rod that was filled with boundless black light on Yi Fan's shoulder and activated it carefully. Instantly, a huge pressure descended. This was not attacking the enemy, but using the emperor's might to gather essence qi and engrave supreme laws into Yi Fan's body. Clearly, this effect was super huge. Yi Fan's body shone like a resplendent sun. Moreover, his body expanded, and he was like a giant fiend god sitting there. Every inch of his skin was engraved with dense, mysterious, and complicated patterns. It was as if he had achieved the Tao and could look down on the great sage. The bronze ghost lamp shone brightly and also blossomed with extraordinary splendor. In addition to the 5 elements immortal qi that Ji Ziyue injected into Yi Fan's body, he was like the numinous treasure celestial being revived. He was extremely mysterious. His entire body was drowned in chaotic mist, and the Salvation Sutra resounded in the sky. In the distance, 4 immortal swords resonated. 3 of them circled slightly and flew directly in this direction. The saints were shocked. They couldn't see Yi Fan and the others because they were too far away. However, they didn't dare to delay. They all operated the laws with all their strength. The 10,000 dragon and the smelting god pot turned into the most terrifying waterfall and crossed the sky. They intercepted 2 of the immortal lights and blocked this side. Only 1 immortal sword pierced through the sky and floated above Yi Fan's head. It circled around the ghost lamp and then stopped moving. All of its aura was restrained. Even so, everyone felt as if the world was going to end and their flesh and bones were going to shatter. This sword's murderous intent was too strong. On the dark red sword body, there were actually terrifying carvings of immortal slaughter. One by one, in groups, 10,000 souls were executed and blood dyed the universe. It was terrifying to the extreme. Damn it. Otherwise, 2 of the 3 immortal swords would have been intercepted by those old bastards. How hateful. Longma was resentful. Pang Bo, Ji Haoyue, and the others were also full of regret. The opportunity was hard to come by. They were about to succeed, yet the other party used ancient imperial weapons to block one each. There really was nothing they could do. Suddenly, a type of scripture sounded. It was deafening, as if mountains were collapsing and tsunamis were crashing over. The 4th immortal sword trembled slightly. It turned into a strand of divine radiance and flew over, entering the dark cosmos. This left everyone shocked. This is the spiritual treasure celestial beings' orthodox immortal scripture. Who was it? Who obtained it? The saints only heard the first few sentences, and then the scripture turned into Tao waves. The rumbling sounds were deafening, and the words couldn't be captured. In the dusky cosmos, in an uninhabited area, a golden monkey with a thunderous mouth was currently meditating. Its head was covered in sweat, and its entire body was covered in blood. Its eyes were about to split open. It was currently activating an ancient artifact, using it to chant a terrifying and grand scripture. This was the Daoist bloodline's unmatched divine ability, a type of highest Tao shout. According to legend, this type of Tao shout could shatter deities, yet today, it was only used to awaken an immortal sword and summon it over. It was precisely the six-eared macaque. No one knew that he actually had the spiritual treasure celestial beings' orthodox immortal scripture. At this moment, he released its power through an ancestral artifact, finally drawing over an immortal sword. They were originally mine. You all ruined my great plans. He was extremely furious, and with great difficulty, he guided this immortal sword to his side. Chapter 1466. The immortal sword was simple and unadorned, its entire body dark red as if it had been drenched in blood, leaving behind mottled marks. It floated beside Yi Fan and the others. This thing was difficult to put away. It wasn't like other emperor weapons that didn't have any fluctuations after calming down. This sword's killing intent surged into the heavens. This wasn't divine might fluctuations, but a type of aura. It was like this from birth. According to a hidden record, when the killing sword was forged, it continuously hacked through the 9 heavens. The killing tribulation it committed was too great. It was to the extent where some people said that the scene of immortal slaughter carved on the sword was real. On the day the killing sword was forged, it merged with the formation diagram and directly hacked into immortal domain under the control of the numinous treasure celestial being. Of course, the truth had long been unverifiable. Perhaps it was all fabricated. At this time, Yi Fan wanted to hold the killing sword in his hand, but he felt that it was too difficult. This immortal sword's killing intent surged for hundreds of thousands of li. It was like this normally. Only by slowly adapting can one hold this sword, or else they will be injured by it. This was everyone's unanimous opinion. Let me try, Ji Ziyue said. She was an origin spirit body and could merge with the source of all things, drawing out all source power for her own use. Killing intent was also included in this list. Soon after, her face turned pale, but she really did hold the sword in her hand. Even though it was trembling slightly, she really did it. This is a good start. Pang Bo nodded. Hurry and let go. If this sword awakens on its own, the wielder's body and soul will most likely be destroyed. Ji Haoyue said. She was worried about her little sister, afraid that something would happen to her. The human-shaped ghost face lamp floated in the air, flickering with green light. Scriptures rang out, making this place appear extremely strange. However, no matter what, it couldn't draw the other 2 immortal swords over. They were all intercepted. Retreat, leave this place. Otherwise, this sword's killing intent is too heavy and they will come looking for us. Everyone traversed the void and arrived at another dark sky to discuss how to deal with this sword. The sacred prince said that he didn't need it, giving it to Yi Fan's group because he had a flawless emperor weapon. It was clear that no one could hold this sword in their hands right now, so they decided to put it in the green copper cauldron. Using the ghost face lamp as a companion and nourishing it with the 5 elements immortal qi, when the time came, everyone would slowly get closer to it. Perhaps after a long time, they would be able to gain its recognition and use it for themselves. When they returned to this part of the sky, emperor weapons collided. This place was boiling with killing. The 10,000 dragon bell, smelting god pot, and Tao evolution immortal robe clashed. All the saints fought over the remaining 2 immortal swords. The most ancient divine mountain had turned to dust. Its status in the divine realm was similar to that of the Buddhist sect's Mount Meru. After countless years of accumulation, all of the power of faith had been exhausted. In this battle, almost all the people in the divine domain had died. In the end, only the second in the world, Yang Chongtian, survived and disappeared into the vast star field. The rest had all perished. Buzz. The Emperor weapon blasted apart the cosmos, even more so engulfing the killing formation diagram at the very top, making it tremble intensely, releasing a powerful wave of fluctuations. The remaining 2 killing swords released zheng sounds, rushing into the heavens, merging with the formation diagram, tearing apart the cosmos, thus disappearing. All the saints let out long cries of hatred. In the end, this was the result. Nothing was left behind. They were full of unwillingness, all of their faces were ashen, and their hearts were stifled. The great sage, who was wearing the Tao Evolution immortal robe, was the first to tear apart the void and disappear from this place. After that, the remaining ones roared angrily and also dispersed in the following days. The other shore of the gods had completely disappeared. This place was a void, and there were only injuries and blood, burying countless creatures. How vast was the cosmos? The so-called 10,000 heavens and 10,000 domains were mostly man-made pure lands or mid-sized heaven domains, which were small worlds. There were very few true ancient stars with life, especially those that were formed naturally. They were all incredible ancient lands, but now, they had been destroyed just like that. It made people sigh in regret. A huge ancient coffin lay across the ice-cold cosmos, burying the void. Strands of terrifying aura extended out, and there were terrifying Tao waves spreading. From start to finish, no one could open the 9th layer of the coffin. The divine domain was destroyed. It had long torn apart the cosmos and rushed into the distance. The emperor corpse had never appeared. It didn't see Ji Ziyue and her brother. It began a new journey, with no end in sight. It never stopped, submerging into the depths of the dark cosmos. Yi Fan and the others stayed here for more than half a month, collecting the 5 elemental immortal qi. These 5 continents were extremely terrifying. They were suspected to be formed from the 5 viscera of the spirit treasure celestial being. The shape was very similar, and they were boundlessly huge. Only when everyone was unable to contain the 5 elemental essence and all of their treasures were full did they leave and continue on their way. From the sea of bitterness to the other shore, why do I feel like I'm moving forward in the body of the ancient celestial being, from bottom to top, advancing step by step? Pang Bo said. Who would have such a huge body? Moreover, there are endless star domains in between. One of the 10 saints shook his head. A real human body naturally isn't that huge. I'm saying that after the ancient celestial being passed away, there was a special unforeseen event. He merged into the cosmos, and some parts seem boundlessly huge, while some parts should be considered normal, Pang Bo said. We can continuously advance in this direction. If our suspicions are correct, we might be able to see an enormous head. Longma's eyes shone. Let's go take a look. The sacred prince held the immortal iron rod and said. He loved challenges the most. In the end, they activated the divine light platform, and then continued in the same direction. After passing through who knew how many star domains, they really did arrive in an ancient land. There is a life aura up ahead. After spending a long time, continuously moving through the cosmos, they unexpectedly discovered something. They suspected that they arrived in an ancient region with life stars. This was outside of their expectations. It's a bit familiar. I seem to have come here before. Yi Fan stared blankly. After entering this star domain, there was a feeling of déjà vu. It gradually became more and more clear. Stars flew backwards one after another. The familiar aura was getting closer and closer. Yi Fan finally knew where this place was. He really did come here before. When they were still quite far away, an enormous human head rested in front of them. To be more precise, it was a star, incomparably massive. It turned into an ancient star, moving about there. We've been here before. Longma and the others were all shocked. They revealed strange expressions. They never expected it to be here. What kind of place is this? Ji Ziyue asked. Heavenly Soldier Ancient Star. Yi Fan explained. Wang Ziwen is here. Pang Bo was shocked. He had heard him mention this before. Right now, he felt extremely excited. He could actually meet an old friend. There were many legends about Heavenly Soldier Ancient Star. According to the records, this was one of the training grounds for emperors. The entire Ancient Star was actually the head of a supreme being. Now, it seemed like it was true. Even though it was truly a head, it couldn't have been chopped off by someone. It was because it was the spiritual treasure celestial being. Who had such terrifying strength? This is too terrifying. Legends, records, true and false. Only by exploring this place can one understand. Yi Fan was greatly troubled. He thought of many things. The core of this ancient star, which was also the immortal platform of the Supreme Being's head, still had an immortal flame that hadn't been extinguished. That was the primordial spirit Tao light. Could it be that the spiritual treasure celestial being is still alive? That's impossible. The ancient celestial being was too mysterious. Even the enormous corpse left behind made people feel bewildered. It was truly unfathomable. Let's go meet an old friend and drink to our heart's content with Wang Ziwen. Pang Bo laughed loudly. The sacred prince carried the metal rod and continuously circled around the ancient star. He was extremely interested in this enormous head that had turned into a star. He wanted to cut it open to see what was going on. Compared to the sea of reincarnation, a head this big really isn't much. Ji Haoyue said, extremely calm. Since we've come, our strength has increased greatly. Moreover, we have emperor weapons in our hands this time. We can go underground and get to the bottom of this place. Yi Fan couldn't forget about that mysterious golden crow egg. He wouldn't forget that powerful fire crow. It sat there for 2,000 years and almost never appeared on the surface. It stayed at the core, protecting a golden divine egg. One had to know that this ancient region had a total of 3 great sage. That fire crow was one of them. The golden divine egg it protected was definitely no small matter. Alright, let's go and get to the bottom of this. After the sacred prince heard this, he immediately became excited. First, they descended on this ancient star and directly found Wang Ziwen's residence. After so many years, his situation was quite good. His father-in-law had become the great sage, and his own cultivation progress was also very fast. Pang Bo. Even though Wang Ziwen was pleasantly surprised to see Yi Fan, he wasn't really shocked. After all, they had met before. He didn't expect to see Pang Bo here again. It really had been more than 100 years. Uncle. Wang Chen and Wang Shi, this pair of siblings, toasted at the banquet, causing Pang Bo to be momentarily stunned. Then, he sighed ruefully and immediately presented 2 great gifts. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, Yi Fan asked about the situation at the core. Wang Ziwen shook his head and told him that the fire crow had left. This fire crow great sage truly possesses remarkable abilities, actually bringing away the final lump of immortal foundation fiery liquid and disappearing together with that mysterious egg. This was what Wang Ziwen's father-in-law told him. Yi Fan and the others were shocked. The mysterious golden egg disappeared. Where was it brought to? It was clear that the great sage was extremely cautious. He sensed something and directly left this star domain. They carried emperor weapons deep into the ground. When they arrived here, they discovered that this place was cold and cheerless. The immortal flame liquid and other things were all gone. Are you sure that was the golden crow egg and not the primordial spirit nirvana of the spiritual treasure celestial being? Pang Bo asked. The ancient celestial being can't live for that long. Yi Fan shook his head. Wu, is the spiritual treasure celestial being from the human race? Don't tell me it originated from the golden crow race. The sacred prince's question was even stranger, making everyone a bit speechless. In the end, they lingered in this star domain for many days. The main reason was for Yi Fan to undergo his tribulation, consolidate his Tao fruit, and comprehend the celestial emperor's fist. Without a doubt, Yi Fan had directly advanced to the peak of the 9th heavenly layer of the Saint King realm. His strength had long since reached that level. He was not recognized by the world and was only undergoing the tribulation today. Constantly delaying was not a solution. After passing the tribulation, his Tao fruit would become more solid. In the end, Yi Fan and the others left. Wang Ziwen also wanted to follow. He wanted to go against the human race's ancient path and return to Earth to take a look. Now that he had the coordinates in hand. "Father, we'll go with you." Both of his children wanted to follow. "The starry sky is very dangerous. Wait until you are a bit stronger," Wang Ziwen said. He had been tormented for so many years. He always wanted to return to his hometown and always woke up with tears in his dreams. "Wait a bit longer. The starry sky is about to become chaotic. It's not suitable for you to go on your journey," said the great sage. Wang Ziwen's father-in-law asked him and his children to stay, warning them that it was not the time to go on their journey. Yi Fan and Pang Bo silently waved their hands. They also wanted to go back, but now they still had to go forward. "Let's part ways here. I'll cross a few ancient paths and won't go with you." When they arrived at a holy city on the human race's ancient path, the sacred prince said goodbye. The monkey wanted to temper himself and fight the cruelest battles. Now, it was enough for Yi Fan and the others on the human race's ancient path. He wanted to cross regions and enter other legendary ancient starlands. "After a period of time, after I've defeated all the enemies and reached the end of a path, I'll return to the Big Dipper to take a look." "What about you?" the sacred prince asked before he left. "I'll go back too." Yi Fan promised him that he would return to the Big Dipper ancient star domain in the future to witness the path to immortality. "After this farewell, I don't know how many years it will be before we meet again. Sacred Prince, take care." Ji Ziyue waved her hand and everyone sent him off. "Now, where are we going?" Pang Bo asked. "We'll go to the human race's final trial to see what's going on." Yi Fan replied. Now, no one could stand in his way. He had killed all the young experts who dared to compete with him. Golden Snake Prince, Sang Ji Yu, the heaven-devouring beast, the Earth Corpse, and the others had fallen. This had long since shaken the human race's ancient path. "Alright, let's go see what the human race's final trial is like. We'll ascend to the peak." Everyone was filled with lofty sentiments as they set off. Chapter 1467. The universe was truly vast. If it wasn't for the five-colored altar, divine light platform, and other tools, even saints would most likely get lost and wouldn't be able to find their way back. The cold sky made cultivators feel insignificant. Even if they cultivated to the peak, they still wouldn't be able to find the end of this starry sky. They didn't know the origin of this world. The great universe was endless. Perhaps only a great emperor could travel to the end and find the most simple secrets. In the dark universe, one didn't know how long it was or how much time had passed. Yi Fan and the others didn't know how many months they had traveled. If this continued, it seemed like they would never see any signs of life. When they were fighting on the ancient road, heroes stood side by side. Many ancient regions heroes attacked. Now, once they left those specific places, it would be hard to see life even if they walked for thousands of lifetimes. In the vast and boundless universe, at most, there was only loneliness. This wasn't a good feeling. It was fine for 1 or 2 years, but if it was like this for their entire life, it would make them go crazy. Humans are too insignificant. In the blink of an eye in the universe, it might be several reincarnations in the human world. Ji Ziyue sighed softly. "It depends on who we are compared to. In the life of a summer insect, we might be immortals," said Yi Fan. After cultivating for so long, immortality was impossible. Many geniuses and supreme beings were buried in the yellow soil. Emperor Zun, Undying Sky Emperor, Human Emperor, Vicious, Void, Wu Shu, Azure Emperor, and the others, just how supreme were they? They were so breathtaking that they wished they were born millions of years earlier just to see them. However, they had all passed away, turning into dust and soil. Perhaps some people in the world believed that some of them were still alive. This was the last bit of motivation for them to pursue immortality. Yi Fan and the others returned to the human race's ancient road. They only had one goal, and that was to head to the human race's final pass to see the root of everything. The human race's 81st pass was grand and huge. It floated in the starry sky, surrounded by silver-white starlight. It looked divine and auspicious. Today, Yi Fan and the others arrived. However, this wasn't the human race's final pass. They just wanted to understand what had happened during these years, so they stopped here. When they entered the city, it caused a commotion. A group of people rushed to the streets to watch from afar. In the battle on the other side, both the human race and the other races sent some experts there. Everything that happened there was transmitted back, shaking the starry sky of this region. Yi Fan's creation of the Heavenly Emperor Fist had killed many heavenly geniuses, shattering many people's dreams of the Emperor's path. He killed until the younger generation trembled, and no one dared to proclaim themselves as the most powerful. When others learned of this, the starry sky ancient path was greatly shaken. Now, on the ancient road of the human race, the tyrant had been defeated, and Di Tian, the goddess, and the great devil god had retreated. Who else could contend against Yi Fan? Faintly discernible, he was practically invincible on this path. Perhaps, he can represent the human race in battle, compete for the final position of the #1 expert under the starry skies, ascend to the absolute peak, and become an emperor. These were some people's private discussions. This path is not easy to tread. Since ancient times, those who have become emperors, most of their family and friends have died in battle. It has always been shrouded in inauspiciousness, incomparably difficult. Yi Fan's group entered the city, attracting the attention of many people. His fame now resounded throughout the hundreds of holy cities. Everyone gazed into the distance, paying attention to this group. Many cultivators sighed after watching, feeling the heaviness in their hearts. Although Yi Fan's blood qi was restrained, that kind of might still pressured people to the point of suffocation. They knew that they were far from being able to compare to this person. Even though many people had already given up on the Emperor's path after reaching this step, only wanting to temper themselves so that when they returned to their starlands in the future, they still couldn't help but feel disappointed. Someone said sourly, he might not be the one laughing in the end. Back then, people favored the tyrant, Di Tian, and the great devil god, but in the end, it was still the Saint Physique who surpassed them. Since it happened once, there might be a second time. The ancient road is still far from being sealed. Who knows what kind of stunning characters will appear in the future? Can you find someone even more powerful than the tyrant and Di Tian? Someone retorted. As a result, the person who spoke earlier didn't say anything more. This is only the ancient road of the human race. Don't forget that the final clash will be between the supreme geniuses of the various races. It's still too early to say who is the strongest under the starry skies. That's not true. The human race's bloodline might not be strong in some star domains, but generally speaking, it has never fallen out of the top 15 in the great era of the universe. Yi Fan's group's actions attracted the attention of many people. Many people began to debate in private, and in the end, it became very intense. According to what you said, on the Emperor's path of this era, this person named Yi Fan is already among the top 15 young experts in the universe. If nothing unexpected happens, that should be the case. But don't forget that this is a different golden era. It can't be compared to the past. Only heaven knows what kind of experts will jump out. For example, the descendants of the most powerful great emperors and ancient emperors. It's not very likely, but they are destined to appear and are sealed in this era. At this stage of cultivation, having the emperor's mark might not necessarily be an advantage. Don't you see that since ancient times, the great emperors all had mortal bodies? I've never heard of one bloodline producing two emperors. Moreover, after entering the great sage realm, what physique, what bloodline, is not the most important. Which of those who can reach that stage are ordinary? They all have their own outstanding aspect. Pang Bo's clairaudient had just formed, and he listened attentively. He couldn't help but laugh. Yi Fan's clairaudient had long formed, and he also noticed their discussion. The activation time of magical abilities varied. Some people's magical abilities appeared very early, while others might appear very late. Brother Yi. At this moment, a shout came from the crowd, and people couldn't help but look over. The street quieted down quite a bit. After all, it was a kind of glory to be acquainted with the Saint Physique who had never died in 100 battles and had been advancing triumphantly. Rui Wei. Yi Fan turned around and saw this familiar person. The frail youth from back then had actually come to the 81st city of the human race. This was not easy. It should have been close to 100 years since they last met. Rui Wei had already become a saint and wasn't far from becoming a saint king. Given his aptitude, it was already very rare. In the past, he and Yi Fan had entered the first stage together and traveled together for a period of time. Rui Wei's cultivation was relatively weak, but he had a good relationship with him. Now that they met, Yi Fan thought of many things. Time flowed like water, passing too quickly. This youth that was not looked upon favorably by others had also arrived here. Back then, among that group of people, Ku Tutuo, Yu Xian, Oyu Yimo, and Mu Guanghan were the strongest. It was just that he didn't know how these people were now. Rui Wei went forward, feeling very excited to meet Yi Fan. The people around him were even more shocked. They didn't expect their relationship to be so close, and they all felt a trace of reverence. And now, to be able to be in the same group as Yi Fan, who was vaguely the strongest young supreme on the ancient road of the human race, made many people feel both fear and envy. Tonight, we must drink to our heart's content. We won't leave until we're drunk. Yi Fan laughed loudly. He was naturally very happy to see Rui Wei. He pulled her along and walked forward, introducing her to the friends around him along the way. At night, this was naturally a lively scene. Everyone exchanged toasts and chatted merrily, talking about the things that had happened over the years. Ku Tutuo had been defeated and was sent away by someone called Jin Chanzi. Oyu Yimo had long since killed his way to other ancient roads and disappeared for more than 50 years. Mu Guanghan should be up ahead. Yu Xian had been taken away by a clan brother, and he might have gone to another road. This was the news that Rui Wei told him. At night, nebula streaked across, and haze enveloped the entire ancient city. Yi Fan opened his eyes and silently went to the courtyard. He stared at Rui Wei's room with a complicated expression and didn't move for a long time. What's wrong? Ji Ziyue secretly transmitted her voice. She was an origin spirit body and was very sensitive to all kinds of origin fluctuations. Even someone as powerful as Yi Fan's movements couldn't escape her notice. Only now did I realize that this friend of mine might be a great evil, Yi Fan said softly. I also sensed it. There's yin energy in his body, as if he has two souls, one of which is almost dead, Ji Ziyue said. She had always wanted to tell Yi Fan that this person was too special. I'll go find out. After saying this, Yi Fan walked forward and knocked on Rui Wei's door. Do you need us to go together? Ji Ziyue asked. No need, I'll deal with it myself, Yi Fan said secretly. Rui Wei opened the door and was a little surprised. He wanted to invite him in, but seeing that his expression wasn't right, he was a little confused. Let's go to the starry sky. Yi Fan suddenly made a move and stopped him. In the next moment, he left the 81st city of the human race and appeared on the brilliant galaxy. Brother Yi, what are you doing? Rui Wei revealed a trace of anger. Starlight lingered like thin smoke. Yi Fan stared at him for a long time without saying a word. Finally, he let out a sigh and said, You were the killer back then, right? You devoured the flesh, blood, and soul bones of many cultivators. I don't know what you're talking about. Rui Wei retreated, his face filled with fear. Do you still want to hide it now? I've become the Yuan Taoist master and my heaven's eye has improved, far surpassing others. Now, I can see your true body clearly, Yi Fan said calmly. You. Rui Wei's expression changed. To be precise, you're not Rui Wei. His soul is almost extinguished. You're someone else. Yi Fan's eyes burst out with divine light as he stared at his face. At the same time, there was a Dao shout that reverberated like a great bell. It was so deafening that it made people wake up. Rui Wei roared under this Dao shout and grabbed his hair. His face was filled with pain. One moment he was sinister, the next moment he was sad. Tears rolled down continuously as he roared, I'm Rui Wei. For my clansmen, I can die. I want to find a star suitable for life. I am not a demon, I really am not a demon. Woo-woo. Under Yi Fan's pressure, a black primordial spirit was forced out of his body. It roared loudly and wept sorrowfully as if it had gone mad. This was a little person the size of a fist filled with sorrow and demonic energy. Yi Fan pointed with his finger and immediately fixed him in place. He observed his fundamental heart and was instantly moved. Then, he sighed softly and saw a sad song. He felt his heart become heavy and depressed. That was a pure land created by the ancient great sage. However, it had already dried up and the people there could hardly cultivate. There were elders who continuously went out and disciples were sent out to search for a star suitable for life. One day, a dark cloud covered the starry sky and surrounded this place. A demonic being attacked. It came here because it devoured a clansman who went out to search for a place of life. It massacred this pure land and killed all men, women, old and young. Under the life-risking attacks of several elders, this demonic being was also seriously injured and on the verge of death. Only a strand of primordial spirit remained. In the end, it devoured a returning youth and occupied his body. This person was Rui Wei. Life was the greatest miracle of time. Rui Wei's will was unyielding and he continuously resisted. That strand of demonic primordial spirit suffered even more serious injuries. Even though Rui Wei's consciousness was erased in the end, it couldn't be completely wiped out and merged with him. And now, this half-devil half-human black primordial spirit was the combination of the demonic being and Rui Wei. Tears of blood flowed down his face as he roared out, wanting to find a suitable place for his clansmen to live. Yi Fan sighed. Half of this person lived in a dream and the other half would occasionally produce demonic thoughts, becoming bloodthirsty in the darkness. I am Rui Wei. I want to search the world and bring hope to my clansmen. Tears flowed down his face and he was filled with sorrow. His eyes were almost empty as he roared loudly. He didn't want to admit that he had died and that his clansmen had all died. The last strand of the demonic being's primordial spirit was also in a half-destroyed state. It merged with him and became this special existence. Yi Fan felt pity for him. He reached out a finger and pointed at the primordial spirit, erasing the last bit of that demonic being's memories so that this strange life could coexist like this. Rui Wei's consciousness had been destroyed. If it was completely separated, it would turn to ashes. This was the only way to coexist like this, using Rui Wei's memories as the foundation of this life. Doing this could also be considered eliminating the future devils. In the future, he wouldn't kill randomly. Yi Fan sent the primordial spirit back to his body and erased what he had just seen and heard in his sea of consciousness. He made him faint and carried him back to the 81st city of the human race. On the second day, Yi Fan and the others set off. Rui Wei came to see them off and still had a look of longing on his face. He said, I will definitely find a suitable place for my clansmen to live in. Brother Yi, we will meet again in the future. At that time, I will invite you to drink in a pure land full of flowers and birds. Yi Fan nodded. He didn't break this dream of his and let him pursue it like this. Everyone had to have dreams. As long as the dream wasn't destroyed, there would still be hope. To him, this was even better. Many people from the 81st city of the human race walked to the streets to watch Yi Fan and the others leave. Among them, there was a woman who hid in the crowd and stared at Yi Fan's back. She was slightly dazed and muttered to herself, how can he be so powerful? This person was Xu Li, the youngest daughter of the 81st city of the human race. She once admired the tyrant and went to the 50th city with the eldest grandson of the human race's Tao protector, Qi Tian, to make things difficult for Yi Fan. In the end, they were captured and became miners for dozens of days, digging sources and digging trenches. In the end, Yi Fan didn't make things difficult for them and let them all go. His future achievements and heights are no longer something you can see clearly. The city lord of the 81st city of the human race appeared beside his daughter and patted her shoulder, telling her not to think too much. He then muttered to himself, his future heights are also beyond my reach. The tyrant was defeated. Is he really not as good as him? Xu Li was dazed and full of unwillingness. She said, the tyrant's bravery is rare since ancient times. It's just that he lacks the divine restriction. Who can predict the future? The old city lord muttered to himself. Yi Fan and the others stepped onto the five-colored altar and heard some shouts coming from behind them. Senior Yi Fan, you must defeat all the heroes. You are the number one under the starry sky. Senior Yi, I hope you can achieve the Tao and become unrivaled in the world. Yi Fan couldn't help but turn around and saw a few relatively young faces. They were all newcomers who stepped onto the star path hundreds of years later than him, but they actually called him senior. He couldn't help but be startled. Time had passed and another generation had risen. Who knew how many heroes would be left under the waves? He then thought of Big Dipper. What about Yi Tong, Hua Hua, and the others? Would they step onto this path? Perhaps, in the near future, he would still encounter challenges from the later generations. Just like that, Yi Fan and the others left. They were going to take this path and go to the last trial of the human race. Chapter 1468. With the arrival of the Great Era, heroes stood side by side. Yi Fan witnessed the rise of another generation. It was just that beneath the waves was not only the lofty sentiments of heroes, but also tears, blood, and bones. In the end, how many people would be left? No one could say for sure. This was a magnificent and glorious path, but it was also a lonely and desolate path. The glory of a golden age where heroes fought for supremacy, the loneliness of standing alone at the peak with countless corpses at his feet. Kings rose together, heavenly geniuses rose into the world. This was definitely going to produce the most dazzling collision, one that would illuminate the ages and forever be engraved in the history of cultivators. That day wasn't far away, already shaking the hearts of cultivators, extending to every ancient path. They could clearly hear that bleak and imposing bugle horn sound, summoning the most powerful experts of all clans. The starry sky had no beginning, no end, no time, no great eras. Since ancient times, how many people could describe it clearly? In the blink of an eye, 20 years had passed since Yi Fan and the others set off. Along the way, they advanced step by step towards the final hurdle of the human race. There were 108 trials in total, but the path ahead had been destroyed. One had to build one's own path, perhaps even establish a 5-colored altar to search for the next lifestar domain. Obviously, this was also a test for the trial takers. The star path had existed for countless years, and many sections had long since collapsed. Nominally, there were 108 passes, but in fact, apart from the dozens of passes at the beginning and the 64th, 72nd, and 81st passes, most of the latter passes were desolate and broken. Yi Fan and the others sought the Tao from their own hearts, cultivating diligently as they advanced. They did not leap forward, but instead followed the prescribed order. This was because if they did not know the next stage, they would not be able to determine the final destination. The ancient path was in ruins. Later on, there was no sign of human habitation, no signs of life. They entered the boundless and desolate Death Star domain, unable to sense anything. This was a path of self-examination, for those who came later to continue the broken path, to repair the original human altar, to make the ancient path unobstructed. There was great trouble in this place. There were some places of still that were boundless seas of white bones, 5-colored altars built on them. As for the cities, they had long been ruined, turned into rubble, suspended in the ice-cold cosmos. And this was just a corner of the desolation they had seen on the road. With the passage of time, too much had been erased. Those glories, those old memories, all scattered with the wind. Now, only the dust of history remained. Perhaps in the next reincarnation cycle, when the ancient road opened again, it would no longer exist. The path of reflection, the path of seeking immortality. Yi Fan and company did not advance very quickly along the way. They searched for ancient sites, repaired broken paths, and comprehended their own Dharma and Tao. This was a process of bitter cultivation, and also an experience of seeking the heart and seeking the Tao. It was a true reflection of one's heart, asking oneself how to continue walking down this path, casting aside all distracting thoughts. This journey lasted for 20 years. For everyone, this was a tempering of the heart, a different type of cultivation. They didn't fight against others, they only fought against their own hearts. They had experienced too much, especially Yi Fan. He had studied methods, comprehended the Tao, and fought bloody battles. Now, he was slowly cultivating bitterly. This was a type of accumulation, as well as a type of sublimation. After fighting all his enemies and observing all the techniques in the world, he needed some time to calm down. It was like experiencing the prosperity of the Golden Age, feeling bitter and tired, hoping to step into the countryside and look back to wake me up. On the road, 20 years passed. The group of people quietly walked, silently awake. The flourishing was shed, and they returned to a simple and unadorned life. 20 years passed, and they approached the final trial of the human race's ancient path. Creatures gradually appeared, and during this period, several bloody battles also took place. Those they faced were all tyrannical creatures from the cosmos. A group of fierce tigers that had been silent for 20 years were finally released. They were like a flood that overflowed into the heavens, shaking the starry skies as soon as they took action, announcing to the world that they had returned. News spread, causing a huge commotion in the human race's final trial. When it reached here, everyone paid close attention, and discussions broke out. The human race's holy physique had finally arrived, something that everyone had been waiting for many years. He wasn't the first to arrive on this ancient path, but he was definitely the most eye-catching. In the starry skies, there was a flight of stairs that was paved with bluestone. It led straight ahead, and under the resplendent starry river, it seemed extremely unconventional and mysterious. This was the cosmos, yet there was such a simple and unadorned bluestone path. It was indescribably strange, but no one dared to look down on it. Walking on it made one feel like they were on a pilgrimage. Unknowingly, waves of divine singing rang out on the bluestone path. It was deafening, like the chanting of scriptures, like ancient gods preaching the Tao, filling one with wisdom and awakening them. Right in front of them, the starlight was like water, brilliant and bright. Moreover, it was accompanied by mysterious and hazy clouds, as if they had arrived at an immortal city. We've arrived. Is this the human race's final city? What will happen after we enter? Pang Bo's body was sturdy, and he was a jong tall. He was like half a bronze pagoda, and his entire body flowed with precious splendor. His eyes were bright and full of expression. This is the final trial. Will we encounter any unforeseen events? Ji Ziue's large eyes were full of spirit as she looked ahead. During the battle on the other shore, they had concealed themselves very well. When they activated the green copper cauldron, they didn't reveal their identities. When the heaven-deceiving formation was broken, they were cut off from the outside world by the Holy Prince's battle rod. So many years had passed, but no one had mentioned it. That battle seemed to have nothing to do with them, but nothing was absolute in this world. Moreover, Di Tian, the nine-eyed jade toad, and the great demonic god had seen some clues. They needed to be on guard, but they weren't afraid. Now, Yi Fan had reached this realm and controlled the broken green copper cauldron. Why would he be afraid of people coming to kill him? At worst, he would just fight. Even if someone stronger came, he wouldn't necessarily suffer a great loss. At worst, he could just leave. Immortal Qi rose, and the entire ancient city was grand and magnificent, far surpassing any city they had seen before. This was the final trial. It seemed to be cast from black metal, and it flickered with a cold luster. There was also a layer of dark red halo faintly appearing, like specks of bloody light. According to legend, this was the sacred blood that flowed from the fallen experts of ancient battles, and there was even the blood of the quasi-emperor. Of course, it had long dried up, all of its essence scattered. Otherwise, this city would definitely be full of killing intent and impossible to approach. The giant city gate was several hundred jong tall, and even an ancient giant could pass through. It was grand and majestic, releasing a wave of intimidating pressure. This was a pair of gates forged from Star River divine sand mixed with all types of divine metal. Its color was different from the city itself, flowing with a dreamy radiance that left one shaken. It was because this was a supreme divine material used by sages to refine weapons. Now, it was actually used to forge these gates, so one could see just how precious this final city was. The bluestone path extended all the way from the starry sky to this place, leading straight to the city gates. Yi Fan's group didn't encounter any obstructions, and no one inspected them. Who dared act atrociously here? The human race was at the final trial. Unless they encountered a dark apocalyptic battle, they wouldn't be threatened no matter what. It was because it was rumored that this giant city itself was a supreme treasure. Forget about ordinary cultivators, even if the great sage entered, once the city gates were closed and the sky was sealed, it would be difficult for him to escape. It would be like being trapped in a cage. Inside the city, streams of people came and went, rubbing shoulders. The instant Yi Fan and the others entered, the entire street quieted down. It was unknown just how many gazes were directed in their direction. After several breaths of time, there was a huge commotion. Is this the group of people? Which one of them has a saint physique? Their entrance into the city attracted the attention of many people. Countless gazes were focused on them, and people were discussing spiritedly. This was a reputation earned through fighting. Yi Fan hadn't even reached the final trial, but he had already started fighting against the geniuses of the other ancient roads. He had killed the most powerful experts from dozens of ancient roads, slaughtering them until no one dared to claim supremacy anymore. This caused a huge commotion. There were old men, middle-aged warriors, and young women. They stood on the road, looking over and discussing softly. This group of people was definitely the most eye-catching focal point of the human race's ancient road. It seems like they will represent the human race to participate in the war and compete for the #1 divine position in the starry sky. Human King, Fairy Qingxia, Overlord, Di Tian, and the Great Devil God, where are they now? Will they appear again? I wonder if the human race will continue to be glorious in this era. Longme was valiant and spirited, looking disdainfully in all directions. His 4 hooves stomped on the limestone floor, creating a string of sparks. He was a divine steed. In the end, Jiyu Jinpeng didn't give him any face. He transformed into a foot long and directly landed on his back. His golden eyes shot out strands of lightning. Longme was enraged. The two of them didn't get along and almost started fighting, but Yi Fan stopped them. Last time, it was very strange. Yi Fan comprehended the Heavenly Emperor's fist and deeply influenced the Golden Rock King, causing him to sink into an indescribable Dao state. Through that battle, he comprehended the Rock King's fist and was now second only to Longme among the 10 saints. Ha ha! Brother Yi has finally reached the final stage. I've long heard of your great name. It's my honor to meet you today. In front of them, 3 men laughed heartily and walked over. Ji Ziyue's intelligent eyes darted around. She was surprised by these people. They were all very powerful and clearly not ordinary people. We are the 3 heroes of Kunlun. The newcomers introduced themselves. They were all dressed in moon-white clothes and had a dignified appearance, looking rather aloof. Pang Bo was shocked. Kunlun had a special meaning to them. He whispered to Yi Fan, "What's their background? Have you heard of them?" Yi Fan shook his head and walked forward, saying, "Greetings, brothers. We come from Kunlun and know that our foundations are shallow. We have no intention of becoming emperor. We came all the way here just to meet the strongest heroes in the world." The 3 were very friendly and expressed their goodwill to Yi Fan's group, wanting to invite them to a banquet. One wouldn't slap a smiling person. Moreover, they looked very sincere. Yi Fan's group returned the courtesy and entered the city side by side with them. In the universe, there were very few ancient stars with true life. Most of them were small worlds in the heaven domain. After knowing that they came from a place called Kunlun, Yi Fan's group was very attentive and paid attention to them. This must be Brother Yi, Brother Ji, and Brother Pang. Not long after, another person came forward. This was a Daoist with a medium build. He looked young and had ordinary looks. However, he was very calm. At the side, someone exclaimed, "This is Daoist Heavenly Dipper." He was defeated by the Overlord and actually reached the final stage. This humble Daoist has no other intentions. "I just want to travel with Brother Yi and witness a flourishing age. I want to remember the glorious divine battles in the future," Daoist Heavenly Dipper said. Many people were shocked. Did this young Daoist believe that Yi Fan could achieve the Tao? This kind of behavior naturally existed in ancient times. This was to record the life of a great emperor. "I don't dare." "Daoist, you're flattering me," Yi Fan said. I've already foreseen the arrival of divine battles and sensed the tragic ending of scenes, Daoist Heavenly Dipper said seriously. The group moved forward and many people surrounded them. It was noisy and everyone was discussing. As they passed through the city, many people came forward and were very enthusiastic. They invited Yi Fan for a chat and invited them to a banquet. In the end, the group grew many times larger. Suddenly, Yi Fan's expression changed drastically. When they came to the depths of the city, he saw a lifelike portrait on a very high wall. It was a little girl. She looked like she was carved from jade and had a pair of braids. She was beautiful and cute, but her big eyes were filled with tears. She looked a little pitiful. Little darling. Yi Fan cried out involuntarily. He had never lost his composure like this before. After so many years, he didn't expect to see a pitiful little girl on a holy wall in the last stage of the human race. Chapter 1469. Yi Fan took large strides forward. He had never looked so excited in all these years. He came directly to the tall holy wall and rubbed the picture with his hand, looking at it seriously. How many years had it been since the little girl disappeared? More than 100 years. Back then, he had searched the entire eastern wasteland, the entire central plains, and the entire world, but he couldn't find her. The pitiful little girl seemed to have disappeared into thin air, never to be seen again. It wasn't that he didn't have any guesses. At the very least, there was a huge fog in his heart, trying to guess where she had gone. However, he didn't have the coordinates of those places, so he couldn't go and see her. This was one of Yi Fan's greatest regrets. He had searched for many years but couldn't find the little girl. Who would have thought that he would see her picture at the last stage of the human race? He was shocked. This was left behind by an expert. It was engraved deeply as if it had a spirit. The little girl was about to cry, as if she was going to walk out from the stone wall while wiping her tears. In a trance, Yi Fan seemed to hear a weak voice again, timid and immature. Who left this picture? Pang Bo also walked over and asked loudly. He looked very excited as he remembered all the things that had happened in the past. Anyone who saw it would feel pity for that little fellow. Ji Ziyue touched the picture and said softly, "It should have been carved in recent years." She had even hugged that little fellow before. Back then, she liked it very much. She didn't expect that it would be 100 years since they parted. This was left behind by a peerless expert. It should have been carved 5 years ago. One of the 3 heroes of Kunlun came forward and said, "Who is he?" Yi Fan asked urgently. After cultivating for so many years, his heart was as calm as water. No matter what happened, he would be calm and composed. Even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him, he would still be calm. But today, his heart was restless and he really wanted to find the little girl immediately. Tattered clothes, small shoes that revealed the holes in her toes, a person begging in the sea of people, timidly lowering her head as if she had done something wrong. Her big eyes were filled with tears. These images appeared in his heart, making it hard for Yi Fan to calm down. Does the medicinal paste taste good? Being bullied by the yin-yang sect, the starving little fellow watched anxiously while asking the other children. All of these made Yi Fan feel sad even now. His name is Yin Tianda. His achievements are world-shaking, and he seems to have come especially for you, one of the 3 heroes of Kunlun said. It's him. Yi Fan's eyes shone with a cold light. It was like a bolt of lightning that tore through the void. The entire street instantly fell silent. It was extremely quiet. Yi Fan would never forget this person. He was definitely a terrifying enemy. Who would have thought that after so many years without any news of him, he would actually appear in the final trial of the human race and leave behind such a mark? Yin Tianda from the Ziwei Ancient Star Zone? Pang Bo was taken aback. He stood closer and observed the engraving. He could clearly feel a natural Tao rhythm. Ji Ziyue and the others had all heard Yi Fan talk about his experiences in the Ziwei Ancient Star Zone. All of them revealed a solemn expression. That was because when Yi Fan was commenting on the most terrifying people of the current generation, he had mentioned this person alone. He was definitely a peerless enemy and there might be an unimaginably fierce battle in the future. How powerful can he be? Longma had heard Yi Fan mention this before, but he didn't pay attention and didn't take it to heart. Now that this person was mentioned again, he was naturally a bit indignant. If we meet in the future, there will definitely be a battle. At that time, you will know how powerful he is. If you are careless, you will die without a burial place. Yi Fan warned it. He rarely evaluated someone like this, but he had only met this person for a short time. He knew how powerful he was. One had to know that back then, Yin Tianda had dared to snatch food from the tiger's mouth when he had just severed his Tao. He had snatched the ancient god scriptures from the hands of several peak kings. Who were those people? The Golden Crow King, Taoist Qing Jiyu, Light King, Human King. Each of these people was more powerful than the last. Not to mention the others, just the old man from the Ziwei ancient star zone definitely had the 8 restrictions. This was because this kind of constitution was too terrifying. It was revered in the human race and only appeared once every 50,000 or 100,000 years. And the light body was said to be as famous as the divine body. It was sacred and powerful. As for Taoist Qing Jiyu, he was also amazing. He came from the longevity temple of the Ziwei Nether Ridge. One could guess from the name of the temple. Back then, Yin Tianda had just severed his Tao, but he dared to attack these peak kings who had severed their Tao in the desolate antiquity era and snatched the ancient god scriptures. Many years ago, when I entered the Ziwei ancient star zone, this person had already triggered the divine restriction. Yi Fan added because he had obtained this secret from Yi Qingwu. It couldn't be wrong. Divine restriction. Longma drew in a cold breath. This time, he didn't get distracted and really heard it clearly. In that battle, if not for Yi Fan's interference, Yin Tianda would have fused with the secret character of man. In the end, Yi Fan snatched half a page. This was a grudge. Besides, when Yi Fan came to the Ziwei ancient star zone, his first battle was to kill Yin Tianda's younger brother. This was a great hatred that couldn't be resolved. What does Yin Tianda mean? Is little Nan Nan in his hands? Is he provoking and threatening us? Pang Bo was furious and wanted to kill this person immediately. Ji Ziyue also began to grind her little canine teeth. Her crescent eyes revealed a rare murderous intent. Although they didn't spend as much time with little Nan Nan as Yi Fan, they still liked her very much. Yi Fan sighed softly. He still remembered the scene when he, Crazy Olay, Black Emperor, Li Heishui, and little Nan Nan charged into the holy cliff together. When they saw the reincarnation lake, little Nan Nan said she saw a large purple star. That was the future. Yi Fan also suspected that it might be the Ziwei ancient star zone and little Nan Nan might have wandered there. He didn't expect it to be true. Now it seemed that it was true. Otherwise, how would Yin Tianda know about little Nan Nan? Where is Yin Tianda? Yi Fan asked in a low voice. This person is unfathomable. He came here 10 years ago and waited for you for 5 years. He didn't see you, so he went on his way and left this engraving, Tiangang Taoist said. Yes, this person is really amazing. It is said that he didn't walk the ancient road of the human race. Instead, he fought across various regions and finally broke through the final pass of another race's ancient road. Then, he came here, someone else added. Yin Tianda was a powerful pride of heaven, there was no need to doubt this. He fought in the star path for more than 100 years, sweeping through the world without equal. He was far away in another star domain. He heard of Yi Fan's name and learned about the other shore, so he crossed regions to come here. Unfortunately, he didn't meet him. He left Yi Fan a letter of challenge, saying that in the future, he would fight it out in front of the only imperial pass at the end of the various races. After making it through the human race's final trial, as long as the conditions were met, they could enter the only true path and reach that imperial pass. Yin Tianda was waiting for him up ahead. A black sun is in the sky, blocking ahead. It is worth being vigilant. Ji Ziyue said. Did he mention what happened to the little girl? Yi Fan asked everyone. No, he only said that he was waiting for you up ahead. Once you meet him, everything will be known. Someone said. It was clear that many people in the human race's final trial had seen Yin Tianda. A great enemy was waiting for him up ahead. This immediately filled Yi Fan with fighting spirit. Now, There weren't many people who could be regarded as his greatest enemies in his eyes. Nothing will happen to the little girl, right? Pang Bo was worried. Yi Fan was also extremely worried at first, but now, he slowly calmed down, no longer worried. There aren't many people in this world who can harm her. It was because he thought of some past events. She entered Undying Mountain, Holy Cliff, and other life danger spots, yet it was as if she was walking on flat ground, observing the true path of the great emperor's formation patterns. Even holy spirits felt endless fear when they saw her. The Black Emperor was willing to let her ride on him. The old lunatic sighed in admiration. The more powerful one was, the more one understood her, the more reverence they felt towards her. In the past, Yi Fan could be considered a brat who had just made his debut, unable to see through anything, nor could he sense anything. Now that he thought about it, it was hard for the most powerful creatures to truly injure her. Once they made contact, it might awaken a mysterious power within her. Despite this being the case, even though he thought of these things, Yi Fan still couldn't completely calm down. He decided that he had to find her as soon as possible, slaughter his way to the only imperial pass where all clans gathered, meet Yin Tianda and decide who was better. 10,000 streams return to the sea, 100 rivers flow into the sea. The ultimate path was precisely like this. They would encounter the most powerful heavenly talents of the entire cosmos. The human race's final pass was extremely grand. At the central region, there were all types of islands, restaurants, and other things floating in the sky, looking extremely magnificent. Yi Fan's group was surrounded by a group of people, arriving at the central plaza. They entered an old restaurant that even great emperors had previously come to sample delicacies in. Rumor has it that both Great Emperor Wu Shi and Emperor Qing came here before. They both went to this place to have a drink. TCH, just a legend. Who can say for sure that those two were Wu Shi and Emperor Qing? Someone argued. This was an extremely grand bejeweled jade palace, carved beams and painted pillars, dazzling with gold and jade. There were many beautiful female cultivators moving about, bringing food and pouring wine, as if they were a group of fairies that had fallen to the mortal world. Some were delicate and pretty, some were charming and enchanting, some were fiery and bold, all of their styles different, their expressions different. The arrival of Yi Fan's group naturally drew sidelong glances. Everyone was secretly paying attention, and many people had strange expressions in their eyes. It was because their reputation was too great, resounding throughout the human race's ancient path. So many people followed, inviting Yi Fan's group to drink and chat. They naturally weren't willing to reject the good intentions of others, and so they toasted each other, chatting about many battles. Beautiful women poured wine for them, like butterflies dancing around trees. This place was extremely lively. Brother Yi, after passing this trial, you will enter another world. I wish you success in the Tao. Someone stood up to propose a toast. This, normally speaking, without the strength of the great sage, it is impossible to pass this trial and enter the ultimate emperor's path. Another person reminded in a soft voice. How can it be so strict? Moreover, Yi Fan has killed many supreme beings from various regions. It is enough for him to be a saint king, and he can directly enter the battlefield on the other side. When everyone mentioned the battles during these years, they couldn't help but talk about Yi Fan's battle accomplishments. It could be said to be glorious and astonishing, and there was naturally no lack of praises. Suddenly, someone snorted coldly. His gaze was extremely intimidating, and it actually came from a 10-or-so-year-old child. He turned around and left, his eyes full of resentment. Whose family's child is this? Such powerful resentment. Pang Bo frowned. Everyone shook their heads, expressing that they didn't know. A divine will resounded within the Jade Palace. Where is the human race's holy body? Why don't you come over and have a chat? Who is your distinguished self? Is there something you need from me? Yi Fan asked, looking towards the outside of the glorious Great Hall. You owe me something, and today, I will get it back. A group of people walked over from outside. Among them, an elder said, hand over the all-life source energy cauldron. Before Yi Fan even expressed anything, Longma immediately became angry. What big words! Who are you all? The all-life source energy root was left behind by my ancestor, and it belongs to my clan. Today, please return the immortal material, someone said coldly. Chapter 1470. Yi Fan was startled. Someone actually asked him for the myriad chi cauldron, and with such an excuse. It was really surprising. The leader was a grey-haired old man. He was tall and wore a robe embroidered with a purple silk 8 trigrams. There was a wooden hairpin in his grey hair bun. There were some wrinkles on his face, and his eyes were lead grey. His expression was cold and stern, giving people a hard feeling. There was a group of people behind him. There were old women, middle-aged men, young girls, and children. They were all cultivators. Such a large group of people walking over was quite imposing. This palace hall was grand and magnificent. Those who could enter and exit were all of extraordinary status. Since they dared to come here to interrogate, it was obvious that they had some confidence. Saint Physique with the surname Yi, return my clan's treasure cauldron. It doesn't belong to you. A young girl shouted. She was beautiful, but at this moment, she was full of hostility. That's right. That is my clan's celestial item. You can't take it for yourself. Another man echoed. A large group of people stood behind the old man. All of their expressions were cold and did not have a trace of kindness. It was as if they were asking for a debt from a villain. There was indifference and ruthlessness on their faces. Ji Ziyue did not know whether to laugh or cry. She knew better than anyone how the myriad chi cauldron came about. These people were too clumsy in extorting others. Wasn't this robbery? She had a good temper. She smiled and said, "You keep saying that this cauldron belongs to you. Based on what? Do you know its origin? How can we not know? Our ancestor was left by the great emperor." The leading old man said. His lead grey eyes flashed with cold light. Yi Fan's expression changed. He put away his smile and revealed a serious expression. He thought of some legends. Could it be that group of people? The dragon horse, on the other hand, did not have such a good temper. It was rather violent because it really hated this kind of people. They were unscrupulous to the point of taking advantage of others. It made the dragon horse want to slap them and turn them into mush. It shouted, "You even want to snatch the cauldron of myriad chi. How can you say that the Bell of Beginning and the Tower of Desolation belong to your family?" Pang Bo and Ji Haoyue also came forward and prepared for battle. Based on their intuition, they felt that someone was looking for trouble. They came with ill intentions. There would most likely be a bloody battle. Who are these people? He actually wants to fight for the source root of myriad chi. Isn't this request a little too much? There are really all sorts of extraordinary things happening these days. Even if this cauldron is a supreme treasure that is unparalleled in the world, there is no need to use such an excuse to fight over it, right? There were many cultivators in the jade buildings, and when they saw this, they were shocked. They began to discuss in low voices. They didn't recognize this group of people. However, Yi Fan was frowning. He did not immediately reject these people because he thought of some past events. Back when he was roaming the northern region, he had been to Vicious Dojo and seen the secret land where the Black Empress was trapped. He had also been to the place where the heaven-devouring demon jar had appeared. Be it the Black Emperor or Duan De, both of them had told him some secrets. The vicious bloodline did indeed have descendants. This was a fact. Back then, when Vicious disappeared, his heaven-devouring demon jar was passed down to his descendants. However, it was a pity that no matter how great a legacy was, there would come a time when it would fall. Vicious lineage was trapped in a few training grounds in the northern region, and in the end, it fell into decline and completely disappeared. It was originally a great legacy, but unfortunately, due to various reasons, it was brutally destroyed. Some said that Vicious' murderous intent was too strong back then and harmed the harmony of the world. In the end, her descendants were cursed by the heavens, and that was why this lineage quickly declined. Others said that Vicious was extremely talented and had killed a saint with a body of flesh and blood. She even entered the 7 great forbidden grounds and killed the unparalleled existences inside, thus creating a great grudge. When she was alive, the world naturally submitted to her and all living things were silent. Not a single person dared to challenge her, and the entire world crawled beneath her feet. She could be considered the only ruler since the ancient times. However, once she passed away, the result would be different. Whether it was the saint who received the protection of the heavens and transformed into flesh and blood, or the supreme beings in the forbidden grounds, they would all come out for revenge. They would destroy her training grounds and kill her descendants. Therefore, even though the vicious bloodline had the heavenly technique and the heaven-devouring pot, they were ultimately defeated and erased from the world. Later on, Duanda went to pay his respects and searched through all kinds of ruins, finally digging up the heaven-devouring pot. Yi Fan stared at these people and the old man in the lead. He wanted to see if they had cultivated the heaven-devouring demonic art or not, but he didn't gain anything. Are you the descendants of great monarch Vicious? Since you know, then hand over the myriad chi cauldron. The young men and women responded with cold expressions. Is this true? Everyone was in an uproar. Everything they saw today was too unbelievable. Vicious shook the past, present, and future. Were these her descendants? Impossible. Pang Bo shook his head and walked into the starry sky. He had heard many rumors about the great empress. How could a vicious person have descendants? You are all lying. The empress has never married. Ji Ziyue blinked her large eyes and her expression turned cold. As a woman, she naturally admired and respected the beautiful Vicious. She hated these people who spoke nonsense for the sake of seizing the weapon. Vicious looked down on the past and present. After Di Zun, she was one of the few people who were honored as the Celestial Emperor. The South Mountain's Celestial Emperor's name shook the world. Until now, there was a lot of evidence that pointed to him being a vicious person. Of course, this was only a title that people respected for a period of time. It wasn't his true title. In any great era, in any great turmoil, those who fought the world with their own strength, shocked the past and present, and created unprecedented events would inevitably be respected as the Celestial Emperor for a period of time. Vicious naturally didn't like any man. She has never married in her life. Yi Fan shook his head and explained to everyone. Vicious was all alone. When she was young, she depended on her brother, but soon, her only relative was taken away by the Yuhua god dynasty, leaving her alone. She had once been a little beggar and wandered around. Later, she was raised by someone in a mountain village. After she achieved the Tao, when she looked back, she only felt sad and rarely happy. Her descendants weren't of her bloodline. It was the young men and women of this village who left her legacy to them. Everyone was stunned. For a moment, they were filled with emotions. And these were the historical truths that Duanda and the Black Emperor pieced together. As for the truth, Yi Fan couldn't say whether it was right or wrong. Vicious life was shrouded in fog. It was difficult for the future generations to truly see through her. Vicious has a mortal body. Back then, she was thought to be too ordinary and didn't have any cultivation talent. The Yuhua god dynasty didn't take a fancy to her at all. I didn't expect that. It was precisely because of this that the extraordinary great empress appeared. Sacred body of the human race, are you going to return it or not? Behind the grey-haired old man, a few young men shouted with cold expressions. It was as if they were really asking for their own things on behalf of their creditors. They were already a little impatient. In that case, you guys are the descendants of that village. Didn't they say that this lineage disappeared? Even the heaven-devouring demonic pot was buried in the yellow soil? What evidence do you have? Yi Fan asked calmly. He was sure that these people didn't cultivate the heaven-devouring demonic art and didn't have that kind of aura. If a random person jumps out and says that he is the son of great Emperor Wu Shi, the son of Emperor Qing, and the grandson of Di Zun, can he also inherit everything from them? Pang Bo sneered. Everyone roared with laughter. Exactly. Could it be that if someone stands out and says that he is the grandson of Di Zun, he can rule over all of us? The entire universe will revere him as a supreme deity. Quite a few people cursed silently. Many people directly shouted out, full of disdain. As her descendant, I naturally have some evidence. Come and take a look. When he spoke up to hear, the grey-haired elder unfolded a painting scroll. On it was a heaven-devouring pot that released immortal might. Strand after strand of black radiance seeped out, so blinding that one couldn't open their eyes. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This was just a painting scroll. That humanoid and graceful pot was vivid and lifelike, as if it had life and was about to walk out. This was strand after strand of emperor might. Is a painting scroll left behind by your ancestor still not enough? The gray-haired elder said. There was a woman on the painting scroll. Her beautiful hair was tied up high, dignified and solemn, beautiful to the extreme. The heaven-devouring pot was held in her palm, strand after strand of black radiance erupting. This left everyone shocked. This really seemed to be the work of an emperor. In the ancient times, when an ancestor was about to pass away, they would all erect a portrait for their descendants to admire. The demonic pot indicated that it came from the hands of a great emperor, so it was clearly a vicious person. Is this what a vicious person looks like? It is rumored that no one in the later generations was able to see his true appearance from the stone engravings of the historical remains. Everyone was stupefied, their hearts shaken. They all raised their heads, their eyes staring unblinkingly. This was left behind by the ancestor. Can it be used as evidence? The elder in the lead's grey eyes released radiance. Yi Fan said, if you are the descendant of a vicious person, why don't you go to the eastern wasteland to find the heaven-devouring pot? Instead, you care more about my all-life energy cauldron? I will naturally make a trip to Big Dipper. Someone replied. Yi Fan didn't pay them any attention. He walked up, avoiding the strand after strand of black radiance from the demonic pot. He only stared at the woman in the painting for a long time, his heavenly eye continuously flowing with golden multicolored light. This isn't the vicious great emperor. This woman doesn't have that kind of style. Her appearance and temperament are both different. I have seen her hazy figure in the lightning tribulation before. This was drawn by the later generations and added to it, standing side by side with the pot. Yi Fan solemnly told them the truth while glaring at them. What a joke. How could it be drawn by the later generations? The demonic pot has the seal of the emperor's prestige. How could it be fake? If it wasn't left by the ancestor, who could have gotten it? The old man sneered. Pang Bo stood out and said, it's ridiculous. Let alone the fact that you guys aren't the descendants of the vicious great emperor, even if you are, you don't have a reason to come and take it. There are so many treasures in the ancient times. Once one person gets it, it can't be changed in the future, right? The most despicable thing is that you guys are pretending to be the descendants of the vicious great emperor. It's too despicable. Ji Ziyue also scolded them. At this moment, Longma looked like he was possessed by Duander, Black Emperor, and Tu Fei. His saliva splashed as talismans flew out of his mouth. He scolded and cursed loudly. His voice and saliva had turned into the Tao principles, making clanging noises. In other words, he was a spitfire. Yi Fan's eyes brightened as he gazed at the ancient scroll. His original heaven eye wasn't different from the others. It was very special as it released a flow of principle to restore the truth. The scroll changed all of a sudden. The woman disappeared, leaving only the heaven-devouring evil jar. Moreover, a faintly discernible word appeared on the jar, seal. Yi Fan shouted, what descendants? This is the seal drawn by the vicious great emperor. Most likely, you guys are the ancient devils of a territory that have come back to this world. Everybody was startled. The jar indeed had the word seal on the scroll. Wisps of emperor's aura emitted from it. Although it was about to fade away, it was very real. You've desecrated the portrait of my tribe's ancestor. You've destroyed her Dharma body. You're wicked beyond redemption. Today, you must be punished, shouted the old man. Yi Fan's eyes brightened as he stared at the group and shouted, no matter how well you disguise yourselves, you can't hide from my original heaven eye. There's a terrifying energy fluctuation in your blood. It's not the bloodline of the human race. How could you be from the vicious generation? Most likely, you're from an enemy clan sealed by the vicious. Now that you've come out to take revenge on the vicious, you want to destroy everything she left behind. Everyone was in an uproar. Everything was in chaos. Human race's sacred physique, you deceived the world to gain fame. You're an executioner who has harmed many of our fellow Taoists. Today, I will expose you as the greatest demon in this world." At this time, another group of people rushed over. The one in the lead was also an old man. Everyone was dumbfounded. What was going on? Ji Haoyue and the others were roused. This was clearly targeting them. Now, the reputation of the human race's sacred physique was resounding. How powerful was the alliance to dare to do this? One had to know that this was the last trial of the human race. It wasn't an ordinary place. Chapter 1471. What's going on today? Why are all kinds of monsters appearing? Pang Bo's gaze swept across the group of people and said bluntly. The old man in the middle was tall and mighty. He had a curly beard and bright eyes. He introduced himself as Wang Tianyu, and a group of people followed behind him. They all looked like victims. I have evidence for what I said. Back then, there was a group of amazing geniuses who set foot on the ancient road of the human race with the divine physique. They were secretly persecuted and had their flesh and blood devoured. The tragedy has not been solved yet, but it can be pointed at Yi Fan. Otherwise, there might be a few more brilliant divine stars now. Wang Tianyu's words were sonorous, like a golden bell buzzing. Aren't you slandering me? How can you frame Yi Fan? Longma was furious. They all knew that the incident back then was done by Rui Wei. Yi Fan saw through it during the 81st round of the human race. In fact, she was also a pitiful person. Her physical body was taken over by a demonic creature, and her primordial spirit was deprived of her consciousness. I'm not wrong. Let me ask you, who back then had the ability to do it silently? Moreover, this kind of cultivation technique that devours human flesh and blood came from the Big Dipper. If it wasn't the divine physique, who could it be? Wang Tianyu's voice was stern as he questioned loudly. Behind the old man, someone echoed and reprimanded, "In a dignified battle, others will respect you." However, this kind of sneak attack, assassination, and devouring human flesh and blood is even more evil than a demon. The world cannot tolerate it. Yi Fan looked at them coldly. Although these people who came for him were not weak, they were not enough to deal with him. Obviously, there was someone backing them up. Ji Ziyue sneered, "You people are distorting the truth and splashing dirty water. What's the point of such a low-level and despicable frame-up? Who will believe it?" Longma said coldly, "I really want to slap all of you to death with my hoof. All of you are blind. How dare you frame us? Are you tired of living?" Among them, some people's eyes flickered and seemed to be a little afraid. However, Wang Tianyu's words were sonorous. He was a true master, extremely powerful and unfathomable. He said, "It's useless to threaten us. You should know that this is still an open case and has not been solved yet. Everyone on the ancient road knows how powerful the Saint Physique is. His cultivation technique also comes from the Big Dipper, which is very similar to the murderer. Who else could it be if not him? Boring. What's the point of doing this? Tell me, what do you want?" Yi Fan said calmly. "I just want to seek justice for the heroes who died." "I can't let them die without knowing why," said the old man. The onlookers retreated, not wanting to get involved in the quarrel. Yi Fan's gaze was frightening as he said, "How could you say such a thing and splash dirty water on me? You guys seriously lack a bottom line. Since you dare to do it, don't be afraid of being exposed by us. I believe that the law enforcers on the ancient road will find out the truth and comfort the dead." The old man, Wang Tianyu, sneered. "Will the law enforcers investigate me because of you slandering me?" Yi Fan sneered. At this moment, someone in the distance beat the heavenly drum. It was extremely oppressive and resounded through the clouds. Two people flew over and quickly entered the Jade Palace. "I feel that there is a need to thoroughly investigate you and see what kind of person you are." An expert dressed in Deluo Silver Essence battle armor approached and said loudly. The other person was also dressed in the same way. Deluo Silver Essence battle armor flickered with a silvery white luster. His entire body was bright and dazzling. Only the most powerful law enforcers would have such battle armor. The two great experts personally arrived and said such words made the scene a little nervous. People felt the seriousness of the matter. They were going to take action for real. Did this represent the intention of a group of old antiques on the ancient road of the human race? Ji Haoyue, Pang Bo, and the others didn't take it to heart at first and were too lazy to argue. They thought that even if someone came to stir up trouble, so what? But now, they were all shaken. The appearance of the law enforcers represented the attitude of the ancient road. Were they really going to act ruthlessly? This group of law enforcers embodied the will of some important figures on the ancient road. This meant that the situation was very serious now. No one had expected it. Why? Yi Fan's expression was calm as he stared at the two of them. The ancient road pays particular attention to fairness. If you fight fair and square, we won't interfere. However, we won't do it in the training field. Instead, we will secretly ambush competitors in the resting holy city. We cannot tolerate this, a law enforcer shouted. His words were stern and righteous. The silver battle armor on his body flickered, accentuating his imposing manner. There is no evidence yet and you're in such a hurry to convict me. Are you investigating me? Yi Fan's face darkened. This kind of behavior was too unsightly. Even if they wanted to deal with him, there was no need to be so anxious and shameless. Yi Zi, we have to consider breaking out. This matter is not ordinary. They are deliberately targeting us. They won't talk about right or wrong. A lousy excuse is enough. Pang Bo secretly transmitted his voice. In front of them, the old man with lead-grey eyes who was the first to stir up trouble was incomparably cold. A cruel smile hung at the corner of his mouth as he stood to the side. Wang Tianyu was the same. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding killing intent. The two law enforcers' expressions were stern as they stared at Yi Fan. Their gazes were cold as if they had determined that he was the murderer back then and were asking for details. Mother *K, is this the will of some big shots on the ancient road of the human race? Bastard level 13, are you trying to force us to rebel? Longma secretly clenched his teeth. Today's matter was too strange. At this moment, one of the law enforcers solemnly mentioned another matter and said, back then in the 10th city of the ancient road of the human race, an entire star collapsed. Someone saw you stealing a cellar of divine liquid left behind by ancient celestial being. Is this true? That was the 20-year battle of the Holy Spirit. A total of 7 places had taken place. The ancient road had collapsed and the Holy Spirit Supreme, who was sealed by ancient celestial being, had come into being as a ghost. In the battle of the Great Moon Slope, Yi Fan had contributed greatly and killed a few stone men. He had fought for 20 years and was cursed by a terrifying expert of the Holy Spirit Supreme. He had been in a dangerous situation for a long period of time. That battle had lasted for 20 years. Yi Fan had made outstanding contributions and the rare divine light platform in his hands had been rewarded because of this. Yi Fan had definitely made contributions in that battle. Now, the law enforcers wanted to punish him. This made Longma and the others so angry that their lungs were about to explode. They had indeed obtained some divine liquid, but they had fought for it with their lives and not stolen it. Are you guys crazy? Do you really have no excuse to get rid of us? Longma roared, causing the earth to shake and the mountains to shake. Let's leave. They are already shameless. Any lousy excuse can be a reason to kill us. Since they dared to do this, they definitely have nothing to fear. Let's leave this city first. Pang Bo said. Ji Haoyue agreed. There was no reason to talk. They had to break out of the encirclement first. It's too late. The city gates have already been closed and completely sealed, Yi Fan said. This caused the others' expressions to change. This was the human race's final pass. The entire city was constructed from special divine materials. Even if the great sage fell here, it would be difficult for him to escape. This was equivalent to a terrifying city-shaped supreme treasure. Human race holy body, do you admit to your crimes? One of the law enforcers shouted loudly. His expression was strict and silver radiance fluttered about his body. He looked extremely formidable, but Yi Fan and the others felt extreme disgust. You guys are despicable and inferior. Too lacking in class, Yi Fan said coldly. Are you questioning our impartiality? One of them said coldly. Impartiality, my ass. I will slaughter you all. Longma shouted loudly and wanted to take action. Behind him, the ancient golden peng spread its wings and wanted to dive down. It wanted to see who could move first. Yi Fan waved his hand, telling them not to act rashly. He coldly stared forward. Good. You guys want to attack the human race's enforcers? You guys are too bold. The two enforcers shouted in unison. There's no right and wrong. You guys are distorting black and white. Your excuses are so lousy and yet you don't even blush. You really want to rebel against us. Ji Ziyue's lips curled up. However, she wasn't too worried. She looked at these people coldly. Where are the protectors of the human race's ancient path? Yi Fan transmitted his voice loudly. He couldn't be bothered to speak to the people in front of him. Otherwise, he could only use the Celestial Emperor Fist. Daoist Tiangang transmitted his voice and said, the human race's final pass originally had protectors overseeing it. However, they left in a hurry not long ago. Something big seems to have happened in the distant star region. He was sent away by someone. Yi Fan nodded and then shouted into the distance, since you guys have already acted so brazenly to this extent, it's obvious that you are dealing with me. What's the point of keeping your face? Just come out. I will fight a bloody battle with you all. We are here to enforce the law. Everyone, please retreat and stay far away from here. The two enforcers shouted and let the onlookers leave. The scene immediately became much quieter. However, the sky was densely packed with people. How could they miss such an event? Everyone was watching. How hypocritical. You guys have already come this far. What face do you still want? Just take it off and throw it on the ground. Show me your fangs. Pang Bo mocked. Speak. Who are you guys? What enmity do I have with you? Yi Fan asked. At this moment, he turned into a bolt of lightning and pounced over. However, at this time, the other two figures moved. One was the gray-haired old man, and the other was Wang Tianyu. Terrifying auras erupted. Without a doubt, they attacked Yi Fan. They were actually two great sage. Yi Fan's expression changed. He quickly dodged and stood in the distance. He said, what a big lineup. Two great sage have just appeared. They really think highly of me. Heh, you guessed right. How could I be the descendant of a ruthless person? I can't wait to wipe out everything she left behind. The gray-haired, gray-eyed old man sneered and said, back then, my race's supreme being slaughtered the world and swept through the myriad regions. In the end, she was smashed into pieces by a ruthless person. She even took out a demon sealing diagram and directly sealed my entire race. How ruthless. She only appeared today. He was full of resentment and his expression was cold. He really wasn't human. The terrifying blood in his body emitted a silver-white light. Don't look at me. I was only invited here to help, Wang Tianyu said coldly. Yi Fan looked at the two enforcers and said, it seems that you guys colluded with the alien race. Is the problem with you guys? However, you don't have that much face. There's still someone else, right? Come out together. The two enforcers' faces were cold. Not far away, a teenage child also appeared. His face was full of resentment and his eyes were filled with hatred. This child, isn't he the one who left not long ago? At that time, I was still wondering why he had so much resentment towards us. It seems like there really is quite a bit of enmity. You killed my uncle. You might have forgotten, but our race has never forgotten. We've been waiting for you for many years, the child said fiercely. Who's your uncle? Yi Fan asked. Our race is surnamed Liu. On the human race's ancient road, no one has ever dared to casually kill a direct descendant of our race, an enforcer said. Clearly, this was an enormous family. The teenage child's gaze was sinister and ruthless. It didn't match his age and was very cold. He said, my little uncle has returned. As a Saint King, you aren't much. You won't be able to escape even if you grow wings. Even the two great sage are friends with him. They're his friends. Chapter 1472. This youth looked like he was only in his teens. His expression was filled with resentment and hatred. His eyes were cold as he stared at everyone like a venomous snake. The expert surnamed Liu? Yi Fan thought about it but couldn't recall anything. That was because he had fought many battles along the way, especially during the chaos of the saint spirits. He had fought bloody battles for 20 years, and his spirit bones had flown everywhere. You can't remember? You killed my uncle and didn't leave any impression. You really are an executioner who kills people like flies, shouted the youth resentfully. Nameless people won't be able to enter my heart, said Yi Fan. You. The youth was furious. The clansman he cared about didn't even have a place in the other party's heart. This hurt his self-esteem. Saint Physique, you really are arrogant. One of the two enforcers shouted. His entire body was covered in silver armor that was flowing with radiance. It was bright and translucent, as if the bright moon was illuminating the world. Yi Fan stared at him and felt that he looked familiar. When he looked closely at the Deluo silver armor, his expression changed as he recalled a scene from the past. Could it be Liu Yi, that despicable fake enforcer? In the second city of the human race, an enforcer named Liu Yi had appeared. He was cold and cruel, and had wanted to use his status to order people to lock up Yi Fan and kill him. At that time, everyone was a bit stunned. Even Yi Fan was shocked. But reality proved that he was a fake. He was just a nephew of an enforcer who had impersonated his uncle's armor and acted domineeringly. In the end, although there were people protecting him, Liu Yi was still pierced by Yi Fan's ice-cold spear. He was nailed to the bluestone floor, blood flowing everywhere. It was also that battle that made Yi Fan famous for the first time on the human race's ancient road. You are Liu Yi's clansman? That's right. It had been so many years. Yi Fan originally thought that things had calmed down. As an enforcer, he wouldn't do anything out of line. Who would have thought that this would happen? This clan was unbridled and domineering, wanting to get rid of him. Over the years, if it wasn't for the fact that he had been traveling in the Golden Ancient region, a place that ordinary cultivators couldn't reach, he would have long been targeted. Young man, you are too ruthless. Even if Yi was wrong, you didn't have to take his life. You brought this upon yourself, said a law enforcer. Are you his uncle? Yi Fan asked. Not bad. Liu Mingde nodded. Back then, Liu Yi wore his battle armor and headed to the second human city. In the end, he died and his blood spilled in the starry sky. Yi Fan scolded, as a law enforcer on the ancient path of stars, do you still have a conscience? Covering up for your relatives, knowingly breaking the law, unscrupulous, domineering, and cold-blooded, do you think you're fit to be a law enforcer? I'll rip off your clothes and skin, you're filthy to the point of disgust. Liu Mingde's expression immediately darkened. Even though the spectators were far away and couldn't hear the rebuke, it still made his expression extremely gloomy. A nest of snakes and rats. Oxhead and Horseface are all here. These people are clearly shameless. Pang Bo mocked. Clearly, this was an alliance of several powers. They colluded together to surround and kill Yi Fan without the slightest scruple. It was useless to reason with them. Clap, clap. Someone clapped his hands as he calmly walked over from afar, entering this bejeweled jade palace. His face carried a type of indifference, as well as a type of mockery. He said, "You're right, a righteous young man. Unfortunately, in this day and age, this kind of person will not live very well." This was a tall, handsome young man in golden armor. He had a violet gold crown on his head. His entire body was tall and strong, and his eyes were very sharp. Little uncle, quickly kill him and avenge Uncle Liu Yi. The young man with a resentful gaze shouted. In reality, his real age didn't match his appearance. The young man with the violet gold crown said indifferently, "Don't worry, none of them will escape. They will all be buried with him." Although his words were very calm and his voice wasn't very loud, there was a kind of pressure and an indistinct soaring aura. Pang Bo, Ji Haoyue, and the others coldly stared at him. They felt a dangerous aura from this person. This didn't seem to belong to a saint king, but rather a great sage. His Liu Feng. He's been missing for more than 100 years. This genius has returned. It really is him. He's a heaven-defying talent of the younger generation. His strength is so great that many of the older generation are tongue-tied. I heard that he went to train and pay a visit to a famous master. He's been gone for more than 100 years. In the distance, some of the natives in the city recognized the young man's identity and were deeply astonished. This was the #1 expert of the Liu clan with great potential. At this time, Liu Feng's aura naturally spread out, revealing the prestige of the great sage. Immediately, everyone felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. In the city, many people sighed in admiration. The Liu clan was indeed powerful and had deep roots. They were one of the strongest clans on the ancient road. Decades ago, the old ancestor of the clan passed away in meditation and lost the halo of the ancient road's protector. But not long after, Liu Feng returned and stood among the ranks of the great sage. All of a sudden, the clan once again stood at the peak. Liu Feng had cultivated for less than 300 years and had already become the great sage. No matter where he was, he would be extremely outstanding. Now that he had returned, he was naturally like a majestic divine mountain towering over everyone, shaking their souls. The Liu clan is truly amazing. Another great sage has risen up, and is still so young. His strength has increased greatly on the human ancient road. Many people sighed. This was a fact. Liu Feng wasn't even 300 years old. Compared to the great sage who had a lifespan of 6,000 to 7,000 years, he was truly too young. After so many years, I can finally make my move. That youth with resentment in his eyes coldly spoke. In the past, the Liu clan was calm and tranquil. The main reason was because the old great sage had passed away, so they didn't dare to go overboard. Secondly, it was because Yi Fan's traces were hard to find. He had always been on the golden ancient road and the ancient mythological realm. They really think highly of us. 3 great sage have come to attack. Longma grinned. He wanted to laugh, but it was even uglier than crying. We must send you guys on your way, so it's naturally better to be a bit more serious. The enforcer Liu Mingde coldly laughed. Everything was under control. 3 great sage had come out together. Who could contend against them? In reality, a single great sage was enough to sweep through a starfield. This time, with 3 experts gathered, they could wipe out tens to hundreds of ancient and powerful races. These people were very careful. This was equivalent to a fatal attack. Ji Haoyue didn't smile. He loudly berated, "Are you still the enforcers of the human race? Don't you have any sense of shame? It's fine if you enforce the law unfairly, but you even colluded with alien races to kill the elites of the human race. Simply shameless to the extreme. Words cannot be spoken so carelessly. You guys have done many evil deeds on the ancient road. Today, you even wanted to kill the enforcers. You were jealous of the talented and wanted to harm the young great sage of my Liu clan. Therefore, we must kill you all without mercy." Liu Mingde coldly spoke. His gaze was sinister as he said, "There are no alien races here. Also, the living will always be more valuable than the dead. Is a young great sage of my race worth less than a few corpses? I believe that even if people blame us in the future, they should understand this logic. You guys are truly filthy and shameless to the extreme." Even the taciturn Jiyu Jinpeng was angered. He couldn't help but flap his wings. His golden wings flickered with resplendent light as he wanted to pounce forward. The chain mail on Liu Feng's body flickered like golden scales. He clasped his hands behind his back, looking strong and valiant. Rays of light shot out from his eyes as he released the terrifying aura of the great sage. As a great sage who wasn't even 300 years old, he had enough confidence to look down on everyone, surpassing the heroes of his generation. "Since 3 great sages have come, why do you have to be so despicable? Wouldn't it be easier to directly make a move on us?" Yi Fan said. He looked around, searching for other enemies in the dark. Liu Feng didn't care at all. He casually said, "If I don't want you guys to die a quick death, I have to make sure that you guys have committed great crimes before I can make a move. Who would believe these crimes? Unless there's something wrong with their brains?" Longma angrily said. Liu Feng coldly shook his head. The violet gold crown on his head trembled as he said, Only by turning the impossible into the possible will there be a sense of accomplishment and challenge. Making you guys die unjustly, carrying the crimes with you. How delightful would that be? Dream on. In this turbid world, nothing is impossible. With strength, you can do anything. I just want to splash dirty water on you guys. Even in death, you guys won't be able to turn the tables, Liu Feng calmly said. F***ck your grandpa, who do you think you are? The Black Bear Saint was infuriated. I'm Liu Feng, a great sage. I can pinch you guys however I want. Liu Feng calmly turned around and stared at him. This kind of casual words displayed a kind of tyranny, causing people to feel hatred and indignation. However, they couldn't help but admit that this was a terrifying great sage who was hard to deal with. At this moment, another figure walked over from afar. He wore a daoist robe and carried a large gourd on his back. His eyes were cold. This was a middle-aged man who stopped in the distance. This person was extremely powerful. Yi Fan found him somewhat familiar. He finally realized that this cultivator was very similar to the Tao protector Qi Tian of the human race. He was most likely his son. This caused his heart to sink. What did this mean? Qi Tian might not be far away. It was just as Pang Bo had said. Today, all kinds of monsters and snakes had appeared. People with grievances were all here. This was going to be a big eruption and settle all the grievances on the human race's ancient road. That was because these people knew that Yi Fan was about to leave this road. If he didn't take action now, there would be no more hope in the future. In the future, his heaven and earth would be even vaster. Yi Fan was silent for a long time. He had been sweeping his eyes in all directions. His heaven's eye was wide open, shooting out strands of golden light. He looked at every corner of the human race's final trial. He truly had a clear plan in his heart. I should have seen everything clearly. Since you guys are all here, then make your moves. Who dares to fight against me? His tone was calm. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Yi Fan to dare to take the initiative in front of the great sage. Just now, his divine eyes flickered as he swept his eyes in all directions. Everyone understood what he was doing, but they didn't care. The gray-haired, gray-eyed great sage sneered and said, "Are you an ant trying to shake a tree? So what if you have the human race's holy physique? You dare to fight against the great sage? You don't know the difference between life and death." Liu Mingda sighed and said, "I'm reflecting on whether I've really gone too far this time. I actually invited so many great sage to get rid of you. It's really a little too much." The three great sage pressed forward together. Each of them was terrifying and shocking. The entire ancient city was trembling, as if three demonic gods had descended. Pang Bo, Ji Haoyue, and the others were all moved. These were three undefeatable experts. When they advanced together, it was a fatal blow to a saint king. Yi Fan didn't say a word and walked forward alone. He let Ji Ziyue and the others stay behind and watch the battle. Liu Feng smiled and waved his hand, asking Wang Tianyu and the gray-haired great sage to stop. He said, "Everyone says how amazing the holy physique is. Today, let me end his life." Liu Mingda transmitted his voice from behind, as if he was objecting. However, Liu Feng's expression was indifferent and he didn't care. He casually waved his hand and said to Yi Fan, "Let's see how many moves you can take from me." Yi Fan also smiled. His snow-white teeth looked very bright and brilliant. He said, "Are you sure you want to fight me alone?" When these words were said, Liu Feng's face immediately darkened. He was so conceited and looked down on the world. He had become a great sage at such a young age. How could he feel comfortable hearing these words? Not to mention that he wanted to go forward, even if he didn't have such thoughts, he would definitely fight alone. Liu Feng's expression was cold as he said, "Make your move." Boom. In the next moment, Yi Fan turned into a vast golden ocean. He struck out with unparalleled fist force. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, shocking the world. He arrived in front of him in an instant. With a loud boom, the two collided violently. Chapter 1473. Golden multicolored light filled the sky and pierced through the clouds. If this city wasn't protected by a rare formation, it would definitely shatter inch by inch. With this place as the center, layer after layer of ripples appeared. They flew up from the ancient city walls and soared from the ground. They interweaved in the void and turned into the divine patterns that protected the city. It was precisely these ancient patterns that prevented a world-destroying disaster from happening. The battle between Yi Fan and Liu Feng produced the most dazzling sparks as soon as they clashed. It was as if a flourishing misty rain had bloomed, dazzling and beautiful. Meanwhile, this kind of destructive power could kill tens of thousands of creatures. The battle between the two was too fast. Yi Fan's fist and Liu Feng's secret technique collided in the void. That was the confrontation of divine chains of order, accompanied by the scene of the creation of heaven and earth. In the end, they rushed past each other and separated into two different parts of the sky. They both turned around to look at each other. Their eyes were like little suns, shooting out needle-like radiance. It was exceptionally intimidating. The two confronted each other with cold hostility. Many people's hearts jumped. This was truly a rare battle. A peak ninth heavenly layer Saint King against the great sage. This was a grand occasion that hadn't happened in many years. Wonglong. The next moment, they collided again. They were as fast as two bolts of lightning. Liu Feng opened his mouth and spat out an imprint. It was a dazzling law formed from order as it flew forward. The heaven and earth trembled as if the world was being destroyed. The four directions became unstable as the earth, fire, wind, and water all appeared, wanting to open up a new world. Chaotic multicolored mist danced about. The two retreated once again. Neither of them gained the upper hand. They were evenly matched. Everyone was shaken. Just how powerful was the human race's divine physique? Could it really contend against the great sage? This was simply unimaginable. One had to know that there was a barrier between the Saint King and the great sage. It was known as the Heavenly Chasm and was difficult to cross. Since ancient times, apart from those forbidden by the gods, only a few people could break through it. Even if one cultivated to the peak of the ninth heavenly layer, even if they were just a hair's breadth away from breaking through to the great sage domain, they would still be suppressed here. Of course, there were definitely exceptions. Some special races, such as the Holy Spirit bloodline, as well as some of the most stunning supreme geniuses, could defy the world and break through this barrier. Without a doubt, Yi Fan had broken through, which shocked everyone. This was also within reason. Not only was his bloodline powerful, there were even rumors that he stood in the forbidden domain, looking down on everyone. He definitely had the qualifications to look down on the world. Liu Feng's expression was grave and stern, and he was like a fire phoenix. The sound of the chains on his body rang out incessantly, and upon closer inspection, every single pore on his body had a scarlet divine chain of order that rattled and trembled. Raging flames surged as he walked over step by step. He really was like an immortal phoenix that had been reborn from the ashes. His aura was several times more powerful than before. "If that's all you have, then I'm really disappointed," Liu Feng said indifferently. Everyone was horrified, and their bones felt like they were about to crack. The great sage's aura pervaded the air, rushing out like a flood, making all directions tremble. Was this his true strength? Yi Fan didn't say anything. He stared at the enemy. He was very strong, but he couldn't afford to be distracted when facing the great sage. After all, there was a barrier between them that restricted the strength of heaven's chosen. Honglong. Liu Feng walked up, his true body shattering the heavens. He was like a deity, and this world couldn't contain his true body. He could ignite and destroy the entire universe. He turned into an immortal phoenix, dancing about in the 9 heavens, covering Yi Fan below and continuously pressing down. This was the suppression of the great sage's powerful magical body. Yi Fan felt a tremendous pressure. His body continuously sank, and his hands struck towards the sky to resist the fire phoenix above, all the way until he landed on the ground, stepping on the city's limestone floor. Catcher. A crisp sound rang out from the limestone floor, but soon after, formation patterns extended outwards. This was the activation of an ancient supreme formation, stopping Yi Fan's sinking momentum. Liu Feng was still pressing down from above. He wanted to use his powerful magical force to crush Yi Fan into meat paste, suppressing him to death. This was a pure suppression of cultivation realm and Tao. Yi Fan's body tensed up, and he did his best to resist. This was the first time he fought back and forth against the great sage. Before this, when he met someone of this cultivation realm, he could only retreat. Suddenly, a strand of golden blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. It was extremely fine, and outsiders couldn't see it, but Liu Feng saw it clearly. He immediately smiled faintly. There are so many heroes, but if they can't pass the great sage's trial, they are nothing. No matter how much of a genius they are in the early stages, they are useless in the end. Yi Fan ignored him. This was his great Tao injury, and it would flare up from time to time, but it wouldn't affect his battle prowess. Only a few strands of blood would occasionally flow out, but it wasn't much. Liu Feng naturally didn't know, and thought that he was already injured. He became more and more calm, and the scarlet divine chains of order danced around his body like a phoenix spreading its wings. Kung Cheong sounds rang out as it continuously pressed down. Yi Fan felt a tremendous pressure. After all, it was a genius, the great sage, who was taking action. The threat towards him was still great, and he had no choice but to treat it seriously. A loud sound rang out as Liu Feng descended. Yi Fan's feet sank deep into the limestone, leaving behind 2 terrifying footprints. When Liu Feng pressed down for the 5th time, everything below Yi Fan's knees had completely sunk into the limestone, and he could no longer sink down. This was because if he went any lower, he would reach the foundation of the formation. It blocked all pressure and supported the sole of his feet. Many people couldn't help but sigh when they saw this scene. Even though the great sage's barrier had been broken through, a large portion of his power was still suppressed, and it was difficult for him to truly achieve a battle of cultivation realms. Moreover, this great sage was a heaven-gifted person. He was already a heaven-defying genius on the path of cultivation, and now, he was even more terrifying. Everyone watched silently, thinking that Yi Fan was finished. No matter how powerful he was, he most likely couldn't reverse the situation. The suppression of a great cultivation realm made people feel helpless. Liu Feng was very indifferent as he said, "So what if he's a so-called genius? In the eyes of great sage like me, he's just a joke. If he can't enter this realm, he'll just be ashes in the end." He indeed had the right to say this, because the great sage had killed his way out of thousands of enemies, crossed a single log bridge, and experienced everything that a so-called genius had to offer. In the end, he had taken a step forward. "Little uncle, hurry up and kill him. Leave his primordial spirit behind and refine it into my magic treasure as a tool spirit," that teenage child cried out. Liu Mingde said indifferently, "It seems that I've mobilized too many people and actually invited several great sage. I've really worried too much. Since ancient times, which saint king would need to do this? It's really like killing a chicken with a butcher's knife." Rumble. Suddenly, Yi Fan moved. His body actually rose from the stone slab and rushed up against the sky, beginning to attack Liu Feng. This counterattack was too sudden, and no one had expected it. Just as it seemed that Yi Fan was about to be suppressed, he suddenly erupted, and his aura increased by more than several times. He attacked Liu Feng head-on. This was the true celestial the Arch-Fist, neutral and calm, majestic and majestic. Every time he waved it, there would be stars flickering in the golden light as if it was condensing a universe. This kind of fist force was too great, forcing Liu Feng to retreat. His body was in pain, and just the wind from the fist was enough to make his skin and flesh fall off, leaving behind traces of blood. Liu Feng's expression changed. This celestial the Arch-Fist was indeed worthy of its reputation. He had long heard of it, but he didn't take it to heart at first. Only now did he truly understand how terrifying it was. Yi Fan's fist had the power to smash 10,000 miles. With a movement of his arm, the sky collapsed, and the ancient city's formation patterns rumbled as if it couldn't bear it anymore. Not to mention Liu Feng, even the great sage, who was watching the battle from behind, was moved. He was deeply shocked, and the thought of eliminating Yi Fan immediately arose in his mind. Liu Feng was cautious and focused on Yi Fan's celestial the Arch-Fist. He spent all his energy on it, afraid that he would suffer a fatal blow and lose to someone of a lower level. Unexpectedly, behind Yi Fan, a 5-colored divine light flashed, and 5 treasured swords slashed forward in unison. He had nowhere to hide. First, there was a phut sound on his left shoulder, and a very high string of blood splattered out. One of his arms was almost severed. Then, there was a cracking sound, and the purple-gold crown on his head was cut in 2. His hair was immediately disheveled, and he looked very miserable. Behind him, the child cried out. Meanwhile, Liu Mingde was even more tongue-tied, and he felt a wave of terror. Fortunately, at this moment, Yi Fan and Liu Feng each rushed to one side, and thus avoided each other. Otherwise, it would have been a life-and-death battle. Liu Feng looked forward coldly. He thought that Yi Fan had held back just now and waited until this critical moment to ambush him. He had almost suffered heavy injuries. Sorry, it's my first time fighting with the great sage, so I'm not used to it. Now that I'm fine, I'll accompany you to the end, Yi Fan said calmly. When the group heard this, they all had the urge to vomit blood. He even had to get used to it. What kind of joke was this? They really didn't know if he was mocking or showing off. These words were definitely fake. It was most likely that he was estimating the great sage's intent, and using this to measure the strength of the other great sage who hadn't made a move yet. Now, he had a clear idea. This made everyone feel a wave of horror. This was just a sage king, but he could actually rival Liu Feng. Even if he was the newly advanced great sage, it was still frightening enough. Heh, great sage Liu Feng, didn't you say that you could pinch us however you wanted? The skin on your head was almost sliced off. Longma rejoiced in other people's misfortune and mocked him unkindly. A few tufts of Liu Feng's hair fell out, and they all came out. He was in a sorry state, and at this moment, his face was ashen. In my hometown, this is called a watermelon head, Pang Bo said, explaining in detail to the others. Liu Feng glared at them. Strands of light shot out, tearing through the void and transforming into sword light that slashed over. Yi Fan shifted 3,000 feet horizontally and blocked in front of him. He raised his fist and smashed out. Feng come back, Liu Mingde shouted. He felt a wave of uneasiness. Yi Fan's strength was too strong and exceeded his expectations. He could actually contend against the great sage. Liu Feng ignored him. His entire body was covered in dark red divine chains, and he transformed into an undying phoenix that swooped over. At this moment, his forehead shone, and a small scarlet person appeared. It stood in front of his forehead and waved a large flag, suppressing forward. Golden multicolored light surged around Yi Fan's body. All of the irregular scenes were displayed and merged together, forming an expanse of resplendent radiance. It was as if time and space had been frozen. Meanwhile, he raised his celestial emperor fist and smashed towards his enemy. This was an intense collision. The two of them had clashed head-on countless times. Secret techniques clashed, and irregular scenes clashed against the great sage's Tao flag. It was as if two heavens were colliding, and from time to time, there would be fragments of great Tao laws scattering down. This confrontation lasted for an extremely long time, and it ended in a miserable manner. A strand of golden blood flowed out from the corner of Yi Fan's mouth. Meanwhile, Liu Feng's entire right arm was smashed apart by a single punch, bone fragments and blood splattering in all directions. Feng The enforcer Liu Mingde shouted loudly. He became ruthless, and a supreme secret artifact appeared above his head. It actually turned into an underworld city, and it emitted an aura that caused everyone to tremble. This was a supreme treasure, the ancestral artifact of their race. Its name was Fengdu. Liu Mingde was also called Liu Mingju, and it was precisely because of this artifact that he had become famous. Even though he wasn't the great sage, he still made people feel restraining fear. At the same time, he transmitted his voice to the two great sage seniors to make a move. These two were absolutely undefeatable, and they were much higher than the Saint King realm. They were far from what the newcomers could compare to. Yi Fan pulled out a tooth from the tiger's mouth. The instant he injured Liu Feng, he didn't retreat at all. He turned into a streak of floating light and tangled around Liu Feng. He attacked at close range and persevered to kill. The ancestral artifact Fengju pressed down, and the heavens collapsed and the earth broke. In the final pass, the densely packed formation patterns laid down since ancient times were almost unable to withstand it. The two great sage attacks were even more terrifying. They rushed straight at Yi Fan, wanting to kill him in one strike and not give him a chance. Yi Fan was truly too fast. He dodged like a streak of flowing light, and a rain of blood appeared in the sky. He tore off one of Liu Feng's thighs, and it almost split into two halves, dripping with blood. There wasn't a single person who wasn't shaken up. This was a great sage, yet he was actually hacked apart by him, and his injuries were severe. Moreover, under this kind of attack, facing such great pressure, just how terrifying was the human race's sacred body. Chapter 1474. Yi Fan carried a bloody thigh and avoided the underworld city Fengju. He even avoided the two great sage light beams by a hair's breadth. Like a dancer on the tip of a blade, he turned nimbly and soared into the sky. Fresh blood sprinkled down like rain, dyeing half the sky red. Yi Fan attacked Liu Feng horizontally and rushed out of the encirclement, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Is this real? Even someone with a divine physique like Liu Feng was defeated. His aura of invincibility was broken. The divine physique is too powerful. He actually defeated a great sage. It's simply inconceivable. It's like a legend. A saint king attacked a great sage and succeeded. The divine physique took the initiative. This is truly invincible in the same realm. Liu Feng was a great sage. Even though he had just advanced, his realm was still there. However, he was hacked apart and lost a small part of his body. The colorful organs in his abdomen flowed all over the ground. Everyone almost couldn't believe it. It was too shocking. This was a bloody battle. Liu Feng lost a part of his body and was dripping with blood. It was a tragic sight. He howled in a low voice. Not only was his body in pain, but his spirit was even more miserable. He was a great sage with a natural extraordinary physique. Yet, he was hacked apart just like that and almost lost his life on the spot. If not for Liu Mingde and the others taking action, he might have fallen. Everyone, hurry up and collect the precious blood. This came from the great sage's body and can be used as medicine. Every drop is a magical liquid. This is a rare opportunity. Longma shouted, purposely mocking Liu Feng. Liu Feng's facial features were twisted. He endured the pain and looked over. His eyes were filled with endless killing intent. On the other side, Liu Mingde was extremely distressed. This was the Liu family's #1 expert with potential. He was the future pillar of support. If there really was an accident, nothing could make up for it. Little uncle, are you okay? That resentful child was also scared at this time and shouted loudly. On the side, the two great sages' expressions were uncertain. Yi Fan had almost crippled Liu Feng right in front of them. This kind of speed was beyond common sense. It was too fast. It's the move character, an unparalleled precious technique. It involves the domain of time. Otherwise, it would be impossible to avoid my attack. Wang Tianyu muttered to himself. The gray-haired, gray-eyed old man's expression was cold. The silver blood in his body surged and gradually boiled. A powerful aura slowly spread out, causing all the cultivators in the ancient city to tremble. On the other side, Yi Fan stood in midair, calm like a heavenly monument, his expression indifferent. Only, the thigh he was holding in his hand was truly a ghastly sight, and even now, it was still dripping blood. This was the leg of the great sage. No matter where it was, it would shock the world. In this world, the great emperor was nowhere to be seen, and the quasi-emperor was hard to find. This kind of person was the highest combat power, Peng. Yi Fan refined the killing intent in his flesh and threw it out with a shake of his hand. The ancient golden Peng soared through the air, its golden divine feathers spreading out, multicolored light shooting out in all directions. It rushed over and picked up the great sage's leg, landing on a heavenly palace in the distance and starting to tear it apart. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, all of them silent out of fear. How shocking was this? Using the great sage's leg to feed a bird of prey, this was truly shocking. Liu Mingde was furious. This was a great humiliation for their race. What did they think they were? To be used to feed ferocious beasts and birds. Liu Feng could no longer remain calm. He lost his previous calmness and couldn't help but roar towards the sky. He wanted to go crazy. He was a genius who had been surrounded by a divine halo since he was young and was respected by tens of thousands of people, but now, he suffered such a failure. The human race's final trial was filled with killing intent. A smoke-like pillar of energy rushed up and engulfed all directions. Liu Feng was close to going crazy, his killing intent surging. He wanted to use the heavenly art at all costs to kill Yi Fan and the others. You can't. Liu Mingde walked up and grabbed him, saying, "The great sage is here, so there is no need to risk your life. We can slowly kill him in a bit." Liu Feng's chest rose and fell violently, his breathing heavy. After a long time, he calmed down and began to repair his injuries. His flesh and bones moved rhythmically, releasing cracking sounds. A new leg grew out. Wang Tianyu and the silver-blooded great sage's expressions were cold. They didn't say a single word and locked onto Yi Fan with their Dao laws, ready to launch a thunderous attack at any time. "You two, let's kill him together." Liu Feng's voice was hoarse. At this moment, the three great sage walked forward together. The world trembled as a result, as if an ancient giant was going to overturn the heavens, shaking violently. "Human race's holy physique, you are indeed very strong. We have to admit that you are a genius with heaven-defying talent, but so what? It can't change the fact that you will die here." Liu Mingde attacked him with words and sneered again and again, wanting to destroy his fighting spirit. "You talk too much. We just hacked a great sage, can't you see the result? Don't tell me it was dog blood that was spilled," Longma said. Liu Mingde's mouth twitched when he heard this, but he quickly calmed down and said, "Unfortunately, you can't change the outcome. You only injured my nephew, but you didn't kill him. You will never have that chance again. Now, the three great sage are here. Do you have a chance to live? How can you fight against them?" Everyone was silent. This was an unquestionable fact. Who could fight against three great sage? Yi Fan was very strong and could fight against those above him, but there was a limit. Liu Feng had just become a great sage. If someone with Emperor's endowment made a move, there was a chance of defeat. However, Wang Tianyu and the gray-haired, gray-eyed old man were obviously strong among the great sage. They had broken through to this realm many years ago. In fact, they might even be standing at the peak of the great sage. Such a gap couldn't be measured. Even if a god came and exchanged places with Yi Fan, it wouldn't change anything. There were many small realms between them, and there was no way to defy the heavens. It could be said that this was a situation of certain death. In this realm, no matter who it was, they would die. Yi Fan was at least 7 or 8 small realms lower than 2 ancient sages. Coupled with the gap of the great sage barrier, it was impossible to defy the heavens. Liu Mingde and the others attached great importance to him. Even if they insulted him verbally, they didn't act carelessly at all. Otherwise, they wouldn't have invited several great sage to gather and not give him a chance to live. The people in the distance sighed. This was simply an unequal battle. No matter how talented Yi Fan was, there was nothing he could do. There was no place for him to use his skills. If he fought a bloody battle, only death awaited him. Liu Feng completely calmed down. He stepped forward with a cold expression. Together with Wang Tianyu and the silver-blooded great sage, they surrounded Yi Fan. "In this world, there is no lack of geniuses. You have the human holy physique, but what can you do?" Wang Tianyu said lightly, "If you can't become a great sage, you are just a chicken or a stray dog. We can destroy the living beings of a region with a casual strike. Killing you is really easy." The silver-blooded great sage was even more cruel. His eyes were cold and frightening. Although what they said was unpleasant to hear, it was indeed a fact. Once a great sage king was trapped, there was really no suspense. He was destined to be easily killed by the great sage. Liu Mingde also stepped forward. The ancestral artifact Fengju floated above his head, making him look ghostly and incomparably frightening. He sneered and said, "Today, this old man will teach you a lesson." What is called a lion fighting a rabbit? Strictly speaking, you are very strong. However, in front of the older generation great sage, you are not even comparable to a stray dog. You are nothing. He continuously attacked Yi Fan and the others. He chuckled non-stop as if everything was under his control. Pang Bo, Ji Haoyue, Longma, Ji Jinpeng and the others glared angrily. These people had gone too far. They were about to step forward and fight to the death with them, but they were stopped by Yi Fan. Do you also understand your own situation? You can't change the outcome. Not only you, but even they will die. Liu Feng pointed at Ji Jinpeng and the others and said to Yi Fan, "Let's go all out." Pang Bo and Ji Haoyue were prepared for a great battle. What's the rush? Take your time. I will be enough. Yi Fan said. Young man, are you spouting nonsense? Liu Mingde said mockingly, the ancient city is already closed. Even if a god comes, he won't be able to escape. Trying to break out of the encirclement is just a pipe dream. The city gates have finally been completely sealed. I think all of you won't be able to escape. Everyone in the dark, it has been hard on you. Come and accept your death. Yi Fan's words were shocking. Heh. Ji Ziyue's crescent eyes curved. She revealed a faint smile and a small dimple appeared. She waved her small fist and said, I like hearing that. Just an ant, yet he dares to boast so shamelessly. Wang Tianyu was the first to attack. He casually raised his hand and slapped forward. The power of laws was like the sea. Liu Feng, the silver blood great sage, and Liu Mingde also stepped forward and started to attack. All of them sneered. Yi Fan stood in the sky. He was very calm and did not dodge. He looked at the huge hand pressing down and the divine chains of order intertwined. With a clang, he pulled out an immortal sword. In an instant, the light illuminated eternity. Since you don't care about the rules, I will start a massacre. This voice was like a thunderclap that exploded in the last holy city. Clang. When the angry sword appeared, the mountains and rivers lost their color. It was like a bolt of lightning rising from Yi Fan's palm. Killing intent surged for 100,000 miles. Even the ancient city's formation runes could not stop it. Pu. Blood splattered. With a flash of cold light, Yi Fan's sword chopped off Wang Tianyu's hand. Blood gurgled as his palm and fingers fell, shocking the world. What? Everyone's eyes widened. This was too shocking. Wang Tianyu groaned. At the same time his palm was cut off, a wave of killing intent spread from the wound. His entire arm exploded and turned into a bloody pulp. He was covered in blood as he staggered back tens of thousands of feet. This was too shocking. At this moment, everyone was stunned. They never thought that the situation would reverse so quickly. It was simply unbelievable. Wisps of Emperor Qi filled the air. Everyone in the entire ancient city felt a chill run down their spine. Many people fell to the ground, unable to resist. As soon as the killing sword appeared, the great sage's nomological laws shattered. The scroll that the silver-blood ancient sage spat out was directly torn into pieces. Blood spurted out of his mouth as he flew out. You. So it was you who stole an immortal sword. Liu Mingde was shocked. His eyes were filled with fear. He had thought of everything, but he did not know that Yi Fan had an emperor weapon on him. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret. He was already cautious enough, but he was not a roundworm in Yi Fan's stomach. It was impossible for him to know everything. No. Liu Mingde shouted because he saw that after Yi Fan swung his sword to send Wang Tianyu and the silver-blood great sage flying, he directly slashed at Liu Feng with a peerless immortal light. Pu. This time, there was no suspense. The new great sage Liu Feng's head fell to the ground. In front of an emperor weapon, it was not enough at all. Liu Mingde's vision darkened and he almost fainted. That was because that was the hero with the greatest potential in their Liu family, the hope of the entire family. Yi Fan held the bleeding immortal sword in his hand and shouted, as a law enforcer, you colluded with the foreign races and harmed the elite cultivators of the human race. Your crime is unforgivable. If the ancient road of the human race can no longer be crossed, then I will punish you today. Chapter 1475. Yi Fan held the bleeding immortal sword, his voice resounding like that of a golden bell, directly making one's ears hurt. There was a type of inviolable dignity and great power. Rumble, Liu Feng's head tumbled down, blood splashing outwards. His flesh didn't fall, wishing to reconnect his head. Meanwhile, his primordial spirit even more so wanted to struggle free, fly into the sky. However, he only shook a few times before his flesh suddenly exploded. With a pu sound, his head turned into a bloody paste, primordial spirit unable to rush out at all. This was the killing energy of the immortal sword. When it entered his body, even if he was a great sage, he would still have to nurse a grievance, only able to die. A strand of emperor energy destroyed all of his life force. Feng. Liu Mingde cried out loudly, his eyes even red. He watched helplessly, but was powerless to do anything. Little uncle. That 10-or-so-year-old youth also cried out loudly, his eyes like those of a wolf, staring hatefully at Yi Fan, his teeth clenched to pieces. The clan's hope was shattered. The glorious new great sage of this generation died. They originally thought that his primordial spirit would escape, but who would have thought that his body and soul would be completely wiped out? Everyone in the city trembled under the emperor weapon, greatly horrified. A heaven-warping great sage died just like that. An exceptional ancient artifact appeared, changing the situation, leaving everyone horrified. Immortal sword, spiritual treasure celestial being refined, an exceptional magical artifact, bearing the world's most terrifying will, possessing endless killing energy. An older generation figure released a low roar. This weapon was extremely special. Forget about its matchless destructive power when combined with the formation diagram, just the sea of killing energy it contained was enough to leave one shaken to the core. It was rumored that this was one of the weapons with the greatest killing energy since ancient times, difficult to find a match. The sword was dark red in color, lacking much luster, but it possessed a type of terrifying great might. When the sword descended, it was as if even the heavens could be hacked down. This immortal sword was overflowing with ancient intent, but its destructive power was great. Scenes of slaughtering immortals were engraved on its surface, rumored to have been carved into immortal domain. His killing intent shook past, present, and future. From the ancient times until now, there were always confusing rumors, making it hard for people to distinguish between what was true and what was false. Aren't you still lacking a bit? How can you control this killing sword? Pang Bo was shocked. For the past 20 years, they had refined the sword in every possible way. This sword was extremely dangerous. Even though Yi Fan had mastered the numinous treasure celestial being's expiation scripture, he could not use it freely. There were always some gaps. Who would have thought that he would actually be able to make full use of it today and be able to go on a killing spree? One had to know that this was an emperor weapon. If he was not careful, he could injure himself. This final trial is extremely special. The materials used to refine the city are all rare divine materials. Purple Moon has drawn on all of the source to help Yi Fan. Ji Haoyue secretly transmitted. Pang Bo was surprised and excited. After this fusion, Yi Fan will be able to establish a connection with this sword. It will be of great use in the future. Yi Fan held the sword with one hand and dragged it forward. He took large strides towards Wang Tianyu, who was in front of him. He was determined to kill in all directions. Even if the great sage blocked his way, he would still cut him down. Wang Tianyu's expression changed. At this time, he was really scared. Even though he was the great sage and stood among the strongest in the world, he was still afraid in the face of the weapons of the ancient emperors. This was without reason. The ancient emperors were all invincible. Their weapons contained their spiritual will and had their invincible Tao. Outsiders could not contend against them at all. Wait! Wang Tianyu shouted. He could not withstand this level of immortal sword. If he could not avoid it, he would most likely die here. Yi Fan's expression was cold. The immortal sword in his hand was dripping with blood, but he did not stop at all. The pressure caused the void to distort. He raised his hand and slashed over. Wang Tianyu quickly dodged, but the sword chi was like a vast ocean, rolling and pressing down. It was so vast that he could not avoid all of it. This was because he was trapped in the city. Movement was inevitable, and it was difficult for him to escape. At this critical moment, he opened his mouth and spat out a large flag. It fluttered in the wind. This was his famous weapon. It emitted a terrifying holy might, as if it was another hymn. Crack! The result made everyone's entire body go cold. With just one sword strike, Yi Fan broke the great sage's flagpole. All the laws and order came to an abrupt stop in an instant. In the end, with a loud bang, the flag exploded and was completely shattered. It was destroyed by this ripple and turned into dust. How could they fight? With the arch-weapon in hand, Yi Fan was almost invincible. Who could compete with him? He was not someone that humans could contend against unless they borrowed another arch-weapon. What should we do? Everyone was anxious. Originally, encircling and annihilating Yi Fan was a grand event. They were destined to succeed and take his head. Who would have thought that it would develop to this stage? Wang Tianyu shouted, wanting to stall for time. It was too late for regrets. He had never thought that a saint king could endanger a great sage like him. However, there was a hint of coldness at the corner of Yi Fan's mouth. How could he stop just like that? These people all wanted to kill him just now, so there was no way he would give them a chance to catch their breath. Kai! A ray of sword light lit up. It was dazzling and imposing as it slashed down. This time, Wang Tianyu spat out a mouthful of blood essence and turned into a Dao body to bear the calamity for him. Unfortunately, this was completely useless. The sword light still slashed down. His other arm flew off and was directly cut off. This was the result of his divine speed. With a bang, half of his body exploded. Blood mist and broken bones were everywhere, splattering in all directions. The arch-weapon could not contend against it. Even the great sage couldn't. Even if it didn't hit, just the aftershocks brushed past, the offensive was incomparable. Even great emperors wouldn't be able to withstand it. Wang Tianyu's soul almost left his body. He was terrified. For so many years, he stood at the peak of martial arts and had long forgotten what fear was. Now, he actually experienced it again. No! He roared, full of unwillingness. He quickly retreated, but his body was breaking apart inch by inch. Although the ripple that brushed past him was only a wisp, its aura was not extinguished. It was destroying his flesh and bones. With a whoosh, a small blue person screamed and rushed out from his skull. His primordial spirit flew away, and his physical body collapsed. It was torn apart by the ripple, dripping with blood. With a rumble, Wang Tianyu reconstructed his physical body in the distance. It had to be said that the great sage was extremely terrifying. He couldn't be speculated with common sense. He only had a primordial spirit and some essence blood left, but he could still reconstruct a body out of thin air. However, what awaited him was still a killing sword. Yi Fan locked onto him and stared at him, slashing down. Fart! Bloody light danced 3,000 feet. Life and death were in the blink of an eye. It was a pity that a great sage suffered consecutive disasters. This time, he was directly cut in half at the waist. The upper half of his body flew up and rushed tens of thousands of feet away before turning into a pool of blood. The upper half of his body carried the murderous aura, and Wang Tianyu was destroyed. Although the lower half of his body was damaged, his leg was still intact. There was no murderous aura left, but it wasn't completely destroyed. Dead, another great sage is dead. Everyone was so frightened that a layer of goosebumps appeared all over their bodies. This killing sword was too terrifying. It possessed the strongest murderous aura in the world, and it destroyed an older generation great sage. This is unbelievable. Everyone trembled and kept retreating, not knowing what to do. Many people almost went limp on the ground. Yi Fan also paid a great price for this. The emperor weapon devoured divine power. Fortunately, his blood energy was like the ocean, and this city was extraordinary. He could borrow a lot of essence energy. Moreover, Ji Ziue was helping him, transferring a huge amount of essence energy to his body through the interweaving laws. In this way, he didn't have all his holy power devoured. Moreover, he recovered with the secret character and was in an invincible position. Fortunately, It wasn't 4 swords together, only one. It couldn't be considered a perfect great emperor weapon and was lacking a bit. Otherwise, it would consume even more divine power. This wasn't a simple activation, but rather a part of its divine might was restored. Yi Fan waved his hand, and the remaining great sage's leg flew up, landing where the ancient golden peng was. It spread its golden wings, rushed over, picked it up, and began to devour. Everyone was dumbfounded. This was the great sage's leg. Pang Bo sighed and said, comprehending the Tao under the body tree, "Do all of you have this kind of habit? You like to cut off your flesh to feed the eagle." The golden lion, black bear saint, and the others all cursed silently. How could this be the same? The former cut off his flesh to feed the tiger, and the latter cut off his flesh to feed the eagle. That was his own flesh. The latter was using someone else's flesh. Feeding a great sage's leg to a golden peng wasn't the same thing at all. There is still a bit of a difference. Pang Bo said, believing that Yi Fan was being too wasteful. That was but one of the great sage's legs. The two of you really came from the same place. Even Ji Haoyue couldn't listen to this any longer, unable to help but say this. Kai. A streak of immortal light flew out. Liu Mingde released a loud cry, turning around to run. However, where could he run to? The city was sealed, for the sake of trapping Yi Fan and fearing that there would be reinforcements from the outside world. It was difficult to open in a short amount of time. Liu family's ancestral artifact Fengju flew up. Liu Mingde wanted to use this to resist, but this magical artifact released a mournful cry, rushing into the horizon, not daring to resist at all, disappearing from the battlefield. Don't, wait a moment. Liu Mingde cried out loudly. Pu. What he received in reply was only a sword. Blood surged high into the air. Liu Mingde's head tumbled onto the ground, and then with a Pu sound, turned into a pool of blood, dying miserably on the spot. As a law enforcer, do you still have the face to live in this world? On the other side, that teenager's eyes flickered with a sinister light as he turned around and retreated. However, a golden fist, like a flying immortal from beyond the heavens, suddenly smashed over. With a Pu sound, his entire body split into pieces, directly shattering on the spot. You are too vicious. The law enforcer who came with Liu Mingde cried out. Leave it to me. Pang Bo's figure flickered, turning into a shadow as he rushed forward, raising his palm to attack. Now, the situation had long since been reversed, and they held the absolute advantage. It's your turn. Yi Fan finally spoke, staring at the silver-blooded great sage, pressing forward. Kai. However, Yi Fan's sword, not slashing at him first, but at a certain city gate. Immediately, blood splashed, and some people died a violent death. Moreover, there was a powerful fluctuation that quickly moved horizontally, retreating into the distance. Qi Tian, stop hiding. I already knew that you were secretly sealing the ancient city. Why are you so impatient to open the seal now? Unfortunately, it's too late, Yi Fan said coldly. Everyone was apprehensive. It was just to deal with a Saint King, but there were actually 4 great sages working together in this city. If Yi Fan didn't have an emperor weapon, he was destined to meet a miserable end. Qi Tian also came. He's the protector of the human race's ancient road, yet he actually did this. People whispered. This was too excessive. Qi Tian's expression was gloomy, and he could no longer hide. Yi Fan's heavenly source eye had captured the traces of his true body, forcing him to reveal himself. As the protector of the human race, you actually have no bottom line and collude with the foreign races. What exactly do you want? Yi Fan shouted, like an angry deity. Qi Tian's expression was unsightly. This time, it was originally a safe battle to strangle Yi Fan on his path to growth. Who would have thought that such an unforeseen event would occur? The ancient road is already like this. In my opinion, it's better to just break it and be done with it, Yi Fan shouted. Everyone was in an uproar. This couldn't be true, right? If he became ruthless, he would most likely do the most terrifying thing since ancient times. The ancient road is going to undergo a great purge. The law enforcers and protectors are all disgracing their respective names. Some great races should be uprooted, Yi Fan said calmly. Chapter 1476. Since ancient times, how many people had dared to say something like this to wash the ancient road of the human race with blood? Yi Fan's words were sonorous and powerful, shocking everyone in the city. There had been someone who had shattered the ancient road, and his name was Qing Di. There had been someone who had refined a region, and his name was Wu Shi. There had been someone who had wiped out dozens of races with a flick of a finger, and she was called a ruthless person. There had been someone, but if this kind of world-shocking madman didn't turn into ashes, they would become great emperors, displaying their extraordinary innate talents and potential. And now, Yi Fan was also angry and wanted to carry out a great purge. Blood would be spilled on the ancient road of the human race, causing people's hearts to palpitate with fear. They felt a chill seeping into their bones, and even their hearts were cold. Qi Tian's expression flickered and was extremely unsightly. As a Tao protector of the human race, it was extremely dishonorable for him to participate in such a thing. The four great sage had sealed the city to kill a saint king, but in the end, this was the result. This was not only shameful, but also very lamentable. Pang Bo shouted, "Qi Tian, you have no sense of shame at all. Do you think you are a Tao protector of the human race? Who are you protecting? You colluded with the foreign races and killed the elites of your own race. You have done such a thing that angers both men and gods. If you are not killed, the heavens will not forgive you." Qi Tian's expression turned even more ashen. As a great sage, he had stood in the holy region for so many years, but how many people dared to speak to him like this? Today, all kinds of experiences flooded his heart. As his eyes opened and closed, a cold light appeared. He realized that today was likely to be fraught with grim possibilities. He immediately pounced at Pang Bo, Ji Ziyue, and the others, wanting to capture them. Clang! Yi Fan shook his sword, and a bright light flew up. It was blazing and intense, like a sun streaking across the sky, leaving behind a long tail of light. It was incomparably dazzling. Qi Tian shouted and did his best to dodge. Although his body was blurry and almost disintegrated, a wisp of killing intent still brushed past his foot, and his body trembled on the spot. With a light pu sound, the lower half of his body exploded, turning into meat paste and bloody mist. Even though it was just a small scratch, this was still an emperor artifact after all, its divine might great. Qi Tianheng was sent flying, dripping with blood. His eyes were cold, angry, humiliated, and all kinds of negative emotions surged. As the great sage of a generation, he was actually being humiliated like a scarecrow. He couldn't help but roar, but what could he change? To no avail. Qi Tian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and reassembled his body. "You have a holy body. Don't do anything extreme. You haven't grown into the great sage yet. It's still too early for you to become a venerable one." In the distance, Ji Ziyue sighed, "What qualifications do you have to say such words? Who could compare to you? Have you forgotten your status as a Tao protector of the human race? Compared to what you've done, what a great irony." Yi Fan's expression was cold. At this point, there was nothing left to say. He opened his source heaven's eye, and his eyes flickered. He swung his sword fiercely, slashing at the man in the distance who carried a large gourd on his back. It was the person who had arrived earlier to cheer for the silver-blooded great sage and Liu Feng's family. He had long since noticed that this person's appearance was somewhat similar to Qi Tian's. Even though he hadn't attacked, there was a kind of hostility. At this time, his sword fell, like a divine mountain from the ancient heaven pressing down, directly smashing onto that person's body. No matter how he resisted, it was useless. With a pu sound, flesh and blood splattered, and bones turned to ash. In the blink of an eye, both his body and spirit were destroyed, only leaving behind a bloody mist. "Ah, you!" Qi Tian shouted, shocked and furious. He was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood, his whole body trembling. This was indeed one of his sons, and he valued him greatly. Just like that, he was cut into pieces without making a sound, making his heart bleed. Always looking at the misery of others, so what if it's your turn? Yi Fan spoke softly. His voice wasn't loud, but it caused Qi Tian to explode with rage. He pointed at Yi Fan, unable to say anything. As the great sage of the human race's ancient path, reaching this step, you can be considered to have walked the path of the human race's Tao protector to the end. Killing you 10 times, or even 100 times, is a crime you deserve. Ji Haoyue spoke. Even though he was speaking to a great sage, there was still a sense of majesty in his words. Catcher. At this moment, the final city of the human race emitted a cracking sound. All kinds of formation runes appeared, soaring into the sky. It was actually about to break into pieces. Qi Tian threw caution to the wind. He wanted to destroy this city and drag Yi Fan and the others down with him. If he couldn't open it in a short period of time, he would completely activate the city's origin formation runes, activating the ancient restriction of indiscriminate destruction. He was the human race's Tao protector, so he naturally knew a lot about the final test. Once the dragon sealing gate fell, this place would become a predicament. Even if a deity came, it would be difficult to open it again. However, there was a top-secret ancient formation in the city. Once it was activated, it could change everything. Only, in this way, nothing would exist anymore. It would be turned into dust along with the city. Rumble. The myriad chi cauldron above Yi Fan's head rumbled and rapidly enlarged, enveloping the entire city in an instant. He shouted, "If you don't want to die, quickly enter the cauldron. I'm coming to save you." There were so many people in the city. Yi Fan circulated his magic power. As long as they didn't resist, they would be sucked into the cauldron and protected inside. Kai. He himself hacked down with all his strength. The long sword was like a rainbow, furiously hacking at the human race's final city. Amidst the loud rumbling sounds, the emperor weapon displayed its might. Even deities couldn't stop it. Without any suspense, the ancient city was cleaved apart. Even the strongest defense couldn't stop it. In the rumbling sound, it turned into dust. The ancient formation in the city hadn't completely destroyed this place yet, but Yi Fan had already hacked it apart. Even the final indiscriminate destruction formation runes weren't this fierce. Kai. The first to rush out was none other than Qi Tian. In the instant the ancient city was torn apart, he was the first to escape. The so-called mutual destruction was only half true and half false. Clearly, there was a hint of intimidation. He wanted to create an opportunity for himself to escape. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Yi Fan's mouth. He took a deep breath and controlled the emperor weapon to point at the silver-blooded great sage. He actually didn't kill Qi Tian immediately. This was a terrifying killing light. Almost in an instant, the silver-blooded great sage was cut apart. Only a small part of his body was left flying, and his primordial spirit directly escaped. Yi Fan controlled the sword light and lightly slashed forward. The silver-blooded great sage screamed miserably as his primordial spirit was sucked over. The ancient patterns on the dark red body of the sword were glowing. The scene of the immortal massacre appeared. This primordial spirit became a prisoner. It sank into those patterns and was imprisoned on the body of the sword. The silver-blooded great sage screamed miserably. This was the most ferocious killing sword since ancient times. Being sealed within it was like being tortured in purgatory. It was even more terrifying than going to the netherworld. He let out a heart-wrenching scream, but he soon fainted. He became a small dot on the dark red sword's body, unconscious. The cauldron above Yi Fan's head flipped and everyone was thrown out. He didn't stop for a moment and rushed out on the emperor weapon with Ji Ziyue, Pang Bo, and the others. This was a resplendent sword light. It cut through the universe and traversed the entire sky. It caught up to Qi Tian in an instant and scared him out of his wits. However, no matter how powerful his magic power was, it was useless. A strand of sword chi had already locked onto him in the city. Now, it turned into immortal light and cut through the void, following him like a shadow. The human race's saint physique has rebelled. Quickly inform all the Tao protectors and invite the emperor weapon to suppress this fiend. Qi Tian roared and fled with all his strength. As the human race's Tao protector, he naturally had a divine light platform. That was why he could quickly arrive at other ancient cities and flee for his life. He roared with all his might and hoped that someone would stand out to stop Yi Fan. This old fellow is still splashing dirty water before his death. Truly shameless to the extreme. Pang Bo cursed. He killed the enforcer in his hand as he spoke. This was the enforcer that appeared together with Liu Mingde. He fought against Pang Bo and was suppressed. Now, he was directly killed. There was no point in keeping him alive. Fellow Taoists, the Saint Physique has rebelled and defected to the foreign races. He wants to kill all the elites of our human race's ancient road. Quickly take action and fight him together. Qi Tian roared and fled for his life. This old bastard is too shameless. He colluded with the foreign races himself, yet he is the one making the false charges. He truly is a shameless person. Longma felt ashamed of his inferiority. This old thing really had no limits. The 10 saints and the others were all incomparably furious. They wanted nothing more than to immediately kill him. They had never seen such a despicable and immoral person. They really wanted to crush him with a single punch. It could be said that Qi Tian couldn't care about anything else now. As long as he could live, even if he had to slander a great emperor, it wouldn't be a problem. Who cared if he was sinister or not? Yi Zi, give him a sword strike. Just hack him apart. Otherwise, who knows what else this despicable old thing will say? Pang Bo suggested. Yi Fan's expression was very calm. He said, I want to give him a chance to escape. Just slowly follow me. You really want to bathe the ancient road in blood and draw out a group of snakes and rats? Pang Bo instantly understood what he wanted to do. He revealed a grave expression. That's right. Those who have friendly relations with him will most likely obstruct us. Let's see where he flees to. We'll kill our way over. Ji Ziyue nodded. Qi Tian fled and passed through 3 cities in a row, causing a huge uproar. This was a great saint, but he was being chased by the human race's holy physique like a dog. It was truly shocking. The human race's holy physique has rebelled and has become a traitor of the human race. He has colluded with the giants of the foreign races. Everyone, quickly go and report this. Activate the Emperor's weapon and inform the Tao protectors. Qi Tian seemed to have gone mad. However, the effect was not obvious. Almost no one came forward to help. In reality, who would believe that Yi Fan had rebelled and left the human race's ancient road? He had already finished his training and reached the final stage. How could he rebel? One didn't even need to think to know what was going on. Qi Tian had a grudge with the human race's holy physique. This was something that everyone on the ancient road knew. However, after passing through several cities, someone really stood up and rushed into the sky. He shouted from afar, Senior Qi Tian is a person of virtue and prestige. He is an elder worthy of our respect. Perhaps he has some misunderstanding with Tao friend Yi that led to this kind of discord. Can you stop first? We can talk things over. What he got in response was a sword. A streak of immortal radiance swept past. He directly collapsed and turned into a bloody mist. Both his body and soul were destroyed. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They all realized something and revealed horrified expressions. They secretly thought that Qi Tian's bloodline was going to be in big trouble. Qi Tian rushed forward. He didn't care about what was happening behind him. He didn't know what was happening. He tore open the void and used the divine light platform to cross to the next city. Tao friend Yi, how can you do this? Everything can be discussed. Qi Tian, he. At another ancient city, someone came out to stop him. He tried to persuade and defend Qi Tian. Pu. A streak of bloody light flashed past. He turned into a pool of blood. This was a bloody road. Qi Tian also realized this later on. He clenched his teeth and spat out a mouthful of blood. However, he didn't care so much. His relatives and friends stood out to buy him some time, even if the price was heavy. The people in front didn't know. Behind him, the ancient cities he passed by spread the news one after another. They understood the truth and were in an uproar. Qi Tian is too shameless. His scum. He clearly colluded with the foreign races, but in the end, he was the first to slander him. He deserves to be hunted down by the human race's holy physique with an emperor weapon. The holy physique surnamed Yi